Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please do the roll call?
Councilmember Hoffman? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer? Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I'll now call upon the city manager to present. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon, council members. This afternoon we'll continue discussion regarding our FY 2022-2023 operating budget. And once we are done with that, we are hopeful that we can get the operating budget wrapped up within the hour. And then we'll go into the capital improvement program budget for the next 5 years. So with that, the last time we did many of the operating departments, and tonight we are going to start with community services, which is on page 77 of your budget presentation slides. And with that, turn it over to Michelle Anglin, who will present for community services.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Before you tonight is the review for Community Services Department. It is funded by 4 different funding sources: the General Fund, miscellaneous grants, the Newman Trust, and CDBG. The divisions are Recreation, Youth and Teens, Senior Citizens, Animal Control, Special Events, Party Partners, and CDBG. The first one in Recreation, budget year 22-23 is $892,000 as compared to fiscal year 21-22 at $966,000. It's funded by the General Fund. Services provided funding for Community Services Director, the Executive Secretary, Community Services Superintendent, Administrative Clerk, part-time staff for special events and facility rental and usage. We're responsible for the support of the Homeless Outreach Program, Volunteer Program, Emergency Shelter Management, facilitation for private youth sports organizations such as Norco Little League, Norco Girls Softball, Junior All-American Football, and AYSO. And we are the customer service hub for the department. Support costs for part-time staff, city staff, supplies, contractual services, and IT charges. Next, we have Youth and Teen Division. That budget for 22-23 is at $400,000 compared to $376,000 in 21-22. The funding sources are from the General Fund. It's provided services for funding for 2 32-hour employees, part-time employees, other part-time seasonal city staff, supplies, rentals, services, IT charges, and contractual services. It is focusing on youth and family enrichment programming and youth and adult sports programming, as well as it serves for community center rental services and leisure class attendance. Next division is the Senior Services. Fiscal year 22-23 budget is $410,000 compared to $317,000 in fiscal year 21-22. The funding sources is from the General Fund, Measure A grant, the Measure A grant match, the Nancy Newman Trust, which is Party Partners, Community Development Grant Funds, which is the CDBG funds. Services provided for funding is the Community Services Supervisor, which oversees senior services, youth and adult services, sports, and the developmentally challenged program. The transportation program, grant administration, a full-time bus driver, part-time staff, supplies, rentals, services, IT charges, contractual services, and vehicle charges. The senior center is a designated warming and cooling center, and we do have a senior garden in the back. Next, we have animal control. The budget for 22-23 is $978,000 compared to $796,000 in fiscal year 21-22. It is general fund funding source. Provided funding for the superintendent, animal control supervisor, 2 animal control officers, and part-time support staff. It provides funding for the animal shelter maintenance and operations. Next, we have special events. The budget for 22-23 is $160,000 compared to $100,000 in 21-22. It is general fund source and donations, grants, sponsorships, and ticket sales. Services provided by funding is operations and maintenance supplies related to community events, including but not limited to the Easter egg hunt, Rose M. Eldridge Day, concerts in the park, Day of the Cowboy, 4th of July, Patriot Day, Labor Day Parade, Horse Week, Breakfast with Santa, Christmas Festival, Parade of Lights, veterans events, and movies in the park. And with that, I conclude. If you have any questions.
I have a question. In looking at the budget estimates compared to what we had for last year, I see that the budget is going up. Are there new programs that are included here, further outreach, costs that have gone up?
Which division?
Quite frankly, when we look at special events, when we look at senior service, just kind of all of them there's been an increase.
Okay, let me start at the beginning.
I guess I'm looking at the bigger increases and just want to know what that's attributed to, whether it's inflation or whether it's that we're going to have new programs for our residents.
In recreation, there is a decrease in that budget. In the youth and teens, that is going up primarily for part-time salaries and coming out of COVID, because we did have some reductions in staffing and programming due to COVID this last year. Our contractual services are going up, and computer operations in that division is going up by $13,000 alone in that line item.
Okay.
For senior services, that is due to increase in part-time salaries. That was $13,000. Computer operations is going up $13,000 in that division. PERS UAL and insurance is going up $54,000 in that division. And that division is also separated out by the general fund, the grant match, and the grant for RCTC. For animal control, that is going up due to $65,000 in PERS UAL, and insurance. There's a part-time salary increase of approximately $26,000. $51,000 is additional to a full year of the ACO personnel. And then there was some special departmental that was added in for $18,000. And a few smaller items for conferences and meetings, uniforms, and contractual services for dead animal removal. For special events, that is going up, and that's usually based off of like what we get for revenues for sponsorships as well. But the bigger cost for that one is normally the Day of the Cowboy, because we are putting on a full rodeo this year, and the Parade of Lights. And we're looking to do a new event in November.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just point out that most of what Michelle talked about with respect to the reasons the budget is increasing for these operating departments is going to apply to every department. The big one being the pension cost, the UAL, which is still going up. And those are just pass-through costs to us from CalPERS. The internal service fund charges, specifically, these are costs of the IT operations that are being passed to every department. And that is going up quite a bit. The reason for that is part of our strategic plan dealing with assessment and planning for the future of the IT and some of the security risks that we are having to deal with. We are significantly increasing the budget for IT this year. That budget in total is being increased by almost $500,000. And those costs are being passed on to all the departments, and you will see it in every department where that cost is going up. I have also built in here for purposes of transparency, and by the way, you'll be receiving a full report from the consultant with respect to the IT strategic plan and assessment, perhaps next meeting or the meeting after that. The report is being finalized. One other thing that is included here, which is something that I believe is critical, and is an IT analyst, business analyst type position that is built in this budget, and the cost of that is being spread out to, again, passed on to all the departments.
Michelle, I have one other question too. So, and it's on special events, and the additional 60,000. Are sponsorships up or down? And do you foresee, that more money coming in and just bigger and better events, or how do you envision that?
It's a crop roll right now. Sponsorships, we have been very lucky that we have been getting sponsorships in, but we also had a great deal of seed money for Day of the Cowboy, and we had a chunk for the Parade of Lights. So with the ticket sales for the Day of the Cowboy last year, it really helped that fund. So that project account I'm not worried about. It's the other ones, but we do get a lot of community support. We're very thankful for those, for like the Easter egg hunt. 4th of July is funded by the general fund mainly. Breakfast with Santa, we have generous donations. So I think we'll be okay. It's difficult with the summer ones because we have the rodeo and the fair right on the heels. So that makes it a little bit challenging, but we do the best that we can and supplement as we can or cut back as we have to.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one on, and I think most of the questions Andy answered it, is on your two 32-hour employees, part-time city staff, supplies and rentals. Are we filling these? Because I know
Those are currently filled positions.
Oh, they're filled?
That is
because
correct.
I know we've had a turnover, and that's
one is partially vacant right now. One is vacant. She just left the city. The other one is currently filled.
so we don't have.
One is sports that has left, and the other one is the We People.
Okay, so we don't have those.
We have the coordinator for We People. We don't have one filled for the sports yet.
Okay, and I'm without getting into is it our salaries are too low, or what are we doing here?
There's probably a few factors. One, maybe the salaries are too low. Another one is part-time. And we've had in that position for the sports coordinator, probably, I'm going to guess, 8 or 9 in the last 7 years. So the turnover over there is
That's a high turnover.
very high
It's a high turnover. And so I would hope that, Andy, when we do this, we're doing the employee and the reports, right? What we're doing on this whole thing, we're looking at our qualified and our staffing, correct? That we've got coming up to see if they manage it. If that meets what everybody else is paying, okay? The class guy, yeah. Okay. And I understand that. My yeah, well, that's something we have to decide where we're going to go. I don't like a high turnover, especially in those programs. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? So that position in particular, we've been really lucky. We had really good employees. In my opinion, I think we need to make that full-time, and I don't know what it would take to do that, but that particular position needs to be full-time. The last person that we had there was fabulous. Jamie was fabulous. I mean, we've just had phenomenal employees who just couldn't survive on the part-time. And that's really a very important position because just the programming at the gym alone is really a full-time job. So I'd like to see us consider that full-time. On this, instead of just saying Horse Week Parade and Labor Day Parade, I'd like it to say essentially Horse Week and Horse Week Parade, or Norco Fair, because we do, especially this year, we gave a lot of money. What's the status on the Newman Trust? How much money is really left in there to run that program?
I believe we have 2 more years left. Lizette, do you have those numbers?
It's running 2027. You know, Corona used to help us with that. And Corona, like everybody else, went downhill. And I'm wondering if we should begin, because we get a lot of Corona residents, Peppermint Ridge, and I'm wondering if we should reach out again to Corona and maybe talk to the mayor or talk to the city manager so that we can, because when this money runs out, it will come out of our fund. And truthfully, it's mostly Corona folks that come to this. And so if maybe we talk to Corona, can we? That would be great, because now they have money, they have no excuse. Andy, at what point are we going to talk about things we'd like to add to the budget? Now, if it's a special event, or?
So I think the best time to talk about that is when we, anything that the city council wants, is when we do the supplemental
Okay.
request. I think is best to address those items at that time.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Michelle, you had mentioned a new event you're looking at in November?
Yes, we're looking to do a Dios de los Muertos. That was on the observance for that City Council approved. It's
And-
not finalized yet. We're in the planning
Okay.
stages.
Did you allocate funding in the budget for that event?
There is a $10,000 line item for special events
Okay.
in the budget.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, for the Newman, it's about 130,000 left in the Newman program.
Great, thank you.
There's still many there because of the with COVID and the closures.
So that's
so.
3 cycles, 3, 4, maybe 4. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I will present the budget projections for the Facilities and Maintenance Department. We have 2 divisions under the department, the Facility Maintenance 737 Division and the Parks Maintenance 733 Division. This year's budget projections for Division 737 is $1.7 million, while Division 733's projections are $1.3 million, for an overall $3 million budget projection for the department. Here we have the Facility Maintenance Division Fund 737. The projected budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $1.7 million. This is an increase from last fiscal year in the amount of $100,000. The services provided by the general fund include personnel cost. The fund covers 50% of both the Director of Facilities and Maintenance cost along with the Parks and Public Facilities Superintendent. The fund supports the personnel costs of 2 facility supervisors, 2 park maintenance workers, and part-time support mainly for Nellie Weaver Hall. Services also include the maintenance of 435,000 square feet of public facilities, including City Hall, 2 fire stations, and the Sheriff's Substation. The maintenance for these facilities includes costs for operations, capital outlay, improvements of facilities, as well as scheduling and maintaining all events at the George Ingalls Equestrian Center. This encompasses all equipment, vehicles, and information technology costs associated with these tasks. This next slide is the Parks Maintenance Division, Fund 733. The projected budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $1.3 million, which is an increase of $200,000 from last fiscal year. This funding covers the remaining 50% balance for both the Director of Facilities and Maintenance along with the Parks and Public Facilities Superintendent. We also have 1 park maintenance worker and part-time support staff such as the parks drivers. The funding provides the operation and maintenance of the city parks, including 17 parks totaling 177 acres, 700 acres of open space, and 5 landscape maintenance districts. The funding includes personnel to implement and manage capital improvement projects in the park. It also funds the maintenance needs for park lighting, fencing, walkways, horse trails, neighborhood horse arenas, playground equipment, irrigation repair, water management, tree trimming, and tennis courts. This encompasses all equipment, vehicles, and information technology costs associated with these tasks. And if you have any questions, I'm more than willing
Tennis
to
courts?
Kips.
Oh, Kips.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for in looking at the number of events that you got in your facilities, I know we've increased them over as we come out of COVID. Do we have adequate staffing?
That's why in the supplemental, we are asking for additional staffing. We're asking for a superintendent position that would also help cover the staff at Ingalls Equestrian Center.
Okay, is that because the number of events we have up there that's just increased?
The number of events is increasing. We have back-to-back events. I have numbers on the events if you would like those too. That we also have a lot of employee training and safety needs that need to take place. There's a lot, and then we also have the pole barn, which is being installed this year, this upcoming fiscal year, which we will need someone up there to also maintain and supervise the events at that facility.
Okay, the reason I'm bringing it up because it takes anywhere from 3 months to 6 months to get somebody trained efficiently up there at a time up there, and that's what I'm curious. Do we have enough staff up there with the number of events that were coming? That's what I'm bringing. I thank you for that you have it in your budget to increase that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Okay. Little old Public Works. So the proposed budget for this next year for all the divisions, which is partially funded by general fund, water, sewer, gas tax, miscellaneous grants, and storm drain fund, is about $21.5 million, a little less than half the city's budget. And we'll go through each of those divisions and describe how each division is going to be impacted. So the first one we're going to deal with is engineering and inspection services. For the proposed budget, we're proposing a $1.4 million budget, which is basically on par with what we had last year. That particular division is supported by water, sewer, general, gas tax, and storm drain funds. Primarily, as far as duties, it's design, plan checking, issuing encroachment permits, construction inspection of all improvements within public right-of-ways throughout the city, and a number of other duties not listed, but it also includes review of tract parcel maps, grading drainage plans, management systems for NPDS, trash hauling routes, and administration of the city's standards and city maps that we update on a regular basis. The next division is Parkway Maintenance. Our budget is for this year is proposed at $103,000 compared to $94,000 in last fiscal year. This is entirely supported by the general fund. The services in this fund are miscellaneous maintenance of the equestrian trails that staff does independently of our contractor. Mainly usually something that's not related to the trail itself, or bringing in additional DG for the contractor. Replacing trail fencing as needed. We're definitely getting a lot of trail fencing damaged as we put more in. It's becoming a regular affair, as well as bringing in DG. We do miscellaneous pruning of street trees as needed that we don't use WCA for, so the low-lying branches and things that we help residents out with that might be blocking street signs or maybe even blocking the trail, will come through and trim those away. And that's usually done in lieu of WCA, who is our main contractor for through the city. The next one is the Water Operations Fund. So our proposed budget for the Water Operations Fund is $12.4 million compared to $11.9 million last year. It's entirely funded by the Water Fund. The services include the production of water, acquisition of delivery of potable water to the city's residents, maintenance and repair of the service laterals, water mains, water meters, operation of the city's SCADA system and control and monitoring system, monitoring the production and distribution of water sources, our booster pumps, reservoirs, treatment plant, and our interconnections. Primary difference in this one I'll highlight as far as cost is the cost of our purchased water is only going up. It always does. And we do have some internal costs that we're doing some pretty significant IT upgrades to our servers that are a couple $100,000, in total. That's being split between water and sewer, as far as some of our servers that have to be upgraded for SCADA system, not SCADA, for our GIS system and our work order system. So all those are getting major upgrades, and they're pretty hefty price tags. So that's part of the two main primary issues on there. And also, obviously, as Andy indicated for all the divisions, the UAL obligations is pretty hefty and spread across all the divisions, and water and sewer pay most of those impacts related to these funds. The next one is sewer operations. The proposed budget is $6.3 million compared to last year, which was $6 million. It is entirely funded through the sewer fund through our rates. The services include maintenance of the sewer collection system and the various lift stations throughout the city, management of the annual cleaning and collections that we use our subcontractor for, who goes through and cleans about a third of the city and videos half of this third of the city's sewer system. So that's our tri-year maintenance contract that we do to keep up the system, and our pre-treatment program, and then obviously the major component we have is the services that are provided by RCRA to treat our sewage when it goes down to our JPA treatment plant. So part of that is certainly an increase in our budget that we have for that is RCRA costs has increased, especially in electrical. They highlighted that in our budget this year. The electrical costs and chemical costs have both gone up dramatically for them. And then, obviously, as I mentioned before, we have the IT improvements we're going to be doing for our servers. And then and then for us internally, it's also SE Power. We have the same thing as far as running our lift stations, et cetera. So that's part of that process as far as why there's that change in the costs. The next one is Street Maintenance Fund. So this one is for the next fiscal year, we have budgeted at $873,000 compared to last year was $607,000. The primary difference in that is, if you recall, last year we didn't have sufficient funding, so we actually pulled out the tree trimming contract, which is $250,000, and had that funded by Measure R. This year, there's enough funds that we've generated through gas tax fund to actually bring it back into that fund and have it paid for gas tax. So it will not be a supplemental request that we have in Measure R. So that's the primary difference in this fund, is that we're bringing back the $250,000 that we use for WCA to trim trees in this contract, or in this fund. So that's why there's that jump. So I just want to highlight that right away. But this particular fund is entirely funded by the gas tax, services or maintenance of the roadway right away within the city, including the asphalt curbs, street repair, striping, signage, traffic signals, tree trimming, and street sweeping. So that's the primary difference in why this jumped back up, is because we took it out of the budget last year and Measure R was paying for it. And now we have NPDS storm drain. The budget for that is for next fiscal year is $171,000 compared to last year's $173,000. That is entirely funded by our NPDS funds that we get through the county. Part of that process of what we're doing in this division is maintenance of certain drainage facilities within the city that are less than 36 diameter. So basically anything that's under 36 inches, we are obligated through flood control to maintain those. Anything larger than that, flood control will maintain and keep those up to date. So we do have some coordination with that, making sure everything gets done that needs to be maintained, especially before storms, things like that. Our annual coordination with Riverside Flood Control for maintenance of their own facilities, management of NPDS requirements that we have, including street sweeping, trash capture devices, and BMP compliance are those. But basically this fund's costs are expected to remain relatively consistent. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor, Chad, with the amount of streets that you replaced over the last couple of years, that actually have rolled curbs or curbs, are we going to increase the street sweeping in that area?
Yes, as we do more streets that add curb and gutter, we add that into the next year's contract as far as linear footage. So each year that cost will go up marginally to do those particular streets.
Okay, so that's included in in your projection.
Yep.
And then, and I don't know if this is going to be in your CIP budget or not. I noticed on the sewer account you've got lift stations. We have several in the city. Are you planning? Are any rehabs coming up, or is that going to be in your CIP budget?
It's in my CIP. We already have multiple already in design right now. We had 4 in design.
Okay.
And so all 4 of them will be going into construction probably this first half of the year. So, but we do have a long-term plan to rehab, I think 9 of them over the next 5 years. The other several of them we've already done.
Okay.
So we have.
So that'll be in your
That'll be
CIP,
in the
but
CIP.
okay, I just wondered if because you're in there. Thank you.
More questions for Chad? So with that, we're going to go into the supplemental request. As I mentioned to you when I provided the budget overview, the budget numbers that have been submitted to you so far, that we have reviewed so far, are to maintain the status quo and fund the staffing that is already been approved, with the exception of the one staffing that is added to the information technology operations. What we're going to do now is review the supplemental request that staff is asking the City Council to consider. And I think I will encourage you to review these things item by item. Listen, you can ask questions as each one of them is presented, and then come back and decide which one of these supplemental requests that you're going to authorize. And as I have heard from some council members, if there is a desire on items that the City Council want to also add to the budget, in addition to the supplemental request that staff is going to be providing, this will be the time to do that, so that they will be documented and then included when we bring back the budget to you for adoption at the next City Council meeting.
Before you begin, in our packets, there's 2 pages 97. Which is the correct one?
The loose one is the new page and the correct one. Yeah, it should at the bottom be 19, total 19.
Okay, is that the new one?
Correct.
So we can remove 18, the second page?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. But it has the other page. Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
You want to do this by department head? Okay, Lisette.
Just to give a recap of the requests that are requested, we have 4 current positions to convert from 32 hours to full-time that we're requesting, 5 new full-time positions, 4 part-time positions, 2 contractual services items, 1 new program, and 3 vehicles. And let me see, sorry. Here's just a recap of the supplemental request by funds of who would be funding these requests. The general fund with 1.2 million, our water and sewer, our housing, and our LMDs. And with the total of requests of 1.46 million. For Division 706, which is Fiscal and Support Services, we're requesting a new full-time customer service supervisor. This position will be to assign, supervise, and evaluate our customer service within our utility billing divisions by assisting with any related work, whether it's in person or in contact, as well as direct and manage our accounting and systems and develop and conduct any training programs and procedures. The goal is to have this positions be the first level of, for any escalation of issues, work with the daily items that have a priority, such as, you know, customer calling in, they need to cancel their payments, approve any adjustments, review their accounts, set up payment plans, issues that can't, you know, that need to be addressed in the moment and not, you know, set aside for management. So sort of get them as the first level of for the accounting staff. One of the also issues is to be the person that is able to provide the onboard training so that all our fiscal staff for our areas, including utility billing, AP, payroll, business license, as well as our accounts receivable, have the same training and be consistent and provide that type of customer service to not only our customers but as well as our colleagues in other departments. This one is funded by the general fund, water and sewer fund, with a total cost of $133,000.
Is there any overlap that could be done with a position like this for customer service in other departments?
Since we deal with mostly with our utility billing, we're so specific because we have, with our utility billing, we have our water, our sewer, and our trash that we service, as well as, our business license. We deal with all the business license issues. So I don't believe that there's other supervisors in other departments that, could assist.
Okay, thank you.
Question? How is this handled now?
There's usually a line in Daphne and myself's offices, for issues that, need to be addressed immediately. So that's where, it would alleviate, where we could focus on, implementing our programs that we need to, such as like the CalCard program or, grants and items that, that stuff we do, but we could put on hold and, have to address those issues.
Thank you.
Lisette, I'm just going to make it real simple. You need the help back there.
I hope you believe so.
I do believe that. Thank you.
Thank you. For Division 707 Communications, we have two requests. The first request is for survey and demographic analysis in contractual services. In order to complete Strategic Plan Direction 4, Action Plan 2, as part of the communication and stakeholder experience direction, we're requesting $20,000 in contractual services to conduct a demographic analysis and survey of internal and external stakeholders on preferred communication methods. This will give us statistically valid survey data to identify new communication methods that we can implement in order to expand internal and external communication and promotion of city programs, services, and events. And through this, we can also survey the community on other issues as well. And then the demographic analysis will ensure that our communication reaches all key stakeholders in appropriate and effective manners. So this request is a direct result of the strategic plan. And then the second item for Division 707, for this fiscal year, we're requesting $20,000 for the addition of a part-time communications specialist position who will work to fulfill the action plans outlined in Strategic Plan Direction Number 4, which is geared toward communication and stakeholder experience. This includes enhancing the stakeholder experience, engaging the community, and building brand awareness through proactive, effective, and consistent communication. So as you know, the Communications Division supports all city departments, and it's currently staffed by one staff member. So this position would assist with the management of communication platforms and would collaborate with other departments in order to strategize and produce accurate and engaging multimedia content that successfully promotes our city events, program services, and most recently, observances. And this is primarily going to be geared toward social media. So in order to launch new social media platforms and grow our digital audience, like our strategic plan directs us to, while we're effectively promoting city initiatives, we really do need a dedicated position that understands the Norco lifestyle and also understands the city's vast array of programs that are run through all of our departments. And this person would physically be in the community, curating compelling and engaging content and documenting events in real time, which is just not feasible with one person right now to be in the office and also out in the community. So I know that the council has requested in previous years to increase our multimedia content, specifically through video communication, and we have significant requests from our departments to promote our programs and specifically events on social media more than we already do. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have two. On your survey and demographic analysis, for $20,000, what are you going to get? That doesn't seem like very much for your bang for your buck.
So this is actually really good bang for our buck. We did an informal RFQ process within my communications network of companies that offer a service that is outlined in the strategic plan. And through this process, we found a company called FlashVote who would conduct the statistically valid surveys as well as the demographic analysis. And they do this through very short custom surveys to their community through a local survey platform. So their motto is hear from the many, not just the noisy, or you could say not just the ones that are already engaged with us. So when people sign up to participate as part of that local survey panel, FlashVote would be documenting their demographic information as well. So it's going to occur simultaneously where we are conducting surveys and at the same time we're conducting a demographic analysis that is also compared to our most recent census data.
Okay, so it's all online.
They can select their preferred communication method, whether they like to participate in surveys via text, email, or phone call.
Okay, it seems like it doesn't cost very much. It wouldn't be in person or going out.
No, so this is not a quality of life in-depth survey like we've conducted in the past. This is very issue centric. And with this company, we're given an allotment of surveys to conduct each year, and that's what will allow us to use that data to help inform decisions on more issues than just communications. And with this, the results are 100% transparent. Actually, there's only 48 hours that you're allotted to participate when a new survey is launched. And at the end of the 48 hours, the results are publicized on the website or on FlashVote's website for everyone to see. And we've never done that before. So I think that it actually helps with transparency and further engagement.
Okay. My second question, $20,000 for your part-timer?
Yes, this is an hourly wage of $20 an hour.
Is that enough? I'm just asking you. You're the one putting this out there.
No.
Because if you're looking to have someone go out and do what you're saying over a part-time, and it's just they only work when they're out there at hours. It's not like how many hours a week or anything like that?
Ideally, this would be a dedicated part-time position that would work 20 hours a week, and that schedule could fluctuate based on the events that are occurring in that week. But in a average week where there's no special event going on, I foresee it as a Monday through Thursday position, just like our other part-time positions are. The $20 an hour wage is coming from our current salary schedule, which has specialists listed at $20 an hour.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is you're probably going to have somebody who wants to work, it's going to have to work weekends.
Yes.
And I can tell you from what I've seen, and this is what I've seen, good luck filling that position at $20 an hour. That's what I'm asking. Is that enough? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question for Andy. Here a while ago when we started that intern program, wasn't that a base salary of $25 an hour? Or was it up to, or?
It's probably 20. I'm not sure.
I believe it. No, it's more.
25.
Yeah.
I thought it was 25, Andy.
That's one of the ways. I had a discussion with Kelly about actually fulfilling this requirement with an intern. As you know, we have an internship program.
I would feel better with that. Would you, Ted?
Yeah, because unless you're going to find somebody that's at the community college studying right now in this field, you're going to see the same problem we have up at the parks and the facilities. The part-timers, they don't want to work. You know, they're either going to school, and then when you tell them about weekends, and, well, I have to work Saturday and Sunday, they shy away. You got to give an incentive, and at $20 an hour, when your minimum wage is sitting at 15 and they go to McDonald's for 16, you're not going to get the quality people you want.
Right. As someone who has been an intern in this specific role, I can definitely empathize with that concern. And that's why I said this needs a dedicated position, because a student is going to have more of a fluctuating schedule that may not match up with our special events and the needs that we need on a normal business week. And then I really do think that one of the main pieces of this is understanding the lifestyle, understanding our stakeholders and understanding our community to better curate content that's compelling to our audiences. So that's why I see it as more of a dedicated than a temporary person in that position.
I just had a comment about I had the same question about the intern. I know on the board of trustees I sit on for the mosquito vector control, they've had success using interns with communications, and a number of agencies have, because anyone younger than most of us is pretty savvy with social media. So they've used those to do a number of things. But aside from that, the other one is just to say that we have accounts that are on like Instagram where we don't have a presence as a city. And I've met with residents who think they're following the official city account, and it's just somebody's account that they made. So there's definitely a need for this to make sure that we're on all of the places that people are using and that they're getting their information from a reliable source.
Yes, and that's part of our strategic plan, is to implement new communication platforms specifically on social media, which will be dictated by those survey results. I know we spoke during our strategic plan workshop where I said being on social media is free, but curating content is not. So that's why something like this is important.
I really like your response to Councilman Hoffman, where you said, no, this is a really good program. I like that. That was I wish we'd hear that more. Like, no, I believe in this program. So, yeah.
Yep. Good. Thank you.
Okay, next up is a supplemental request for recreation. And it's a 3-part request for a mobile recreation program. And a mobile recreation program will uniquely enhance the quality of life of youth and residents by bringing multiple leisure opportunities and intergenerational activities for families to enjoy at local parks. So we would actually go out to them, whereas if it was centralized, if recreation was centralized, say at the community center, not everybody can make it out. So we could rotate 2 different locations within the city limits. The program will include arts and crafts activities, outdoor games, board games, nutritional education, and homework assistance if needed. The first request is for $7,800 for special departmental for supplies for that program. The second request for the mobile recreation is actually for Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. The second one is a request for a mobile recreation vehicle in the amount of $50,000. So the request is dependent upon the approval of this program. And again, provides hands-on activities, games, crafts, life skills, and teen development. And that would be funded by the general fund. The third one is the staffing to do this program, and it's a request for 2 new part-time community service aides in the amount of just under $38,000 to assist with the development, implementation, and day-to-day operations of the mobile rec program, depending on program approval.
Michelle, how many times do you foresee this going out into the community? Is it once a month, twice a month, once a quarter?
We're looking at doing it once a week on Wednesdays from 2:30 to 3:30 so far.
So your target audience is who?
The after-school kids, the intermediate kids or elementary school kids.
So you know we have late start next year because of the bill that our governor signed, so we won't be getting out of school until, I know, what time does intermediate get out?
Intermediate didn't.
You guys didn't change it, was it just high school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We would be happy to change that schedule.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because when you first said it, I'm thinking like a Saturday morning on 1 month and then like a Thursday night on 1 month. And I understand for staffing, you're probably maybe thinking, but I just think this is a super, super cool idea and really exciting. But in my mind, I just see a variety of days. So you're hitting a very diverse audience and group of residents, where maybe it's grandpa and grandma one time on a Saturday with kids, or like the after school where it's, you know, at 4 o'clock or whatever, so the older siblings can drive the younger siblings to the park or whatever the case may be.
Staff is very open to having
Okay.
it fluid and fluctuating,
Okay.
Just so that we can serve as many people as we could.
But still thinking weekly?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay. I think it's super exciting, so I love the idea.
Yep, if I can. I like the idea, don't get me wrong, but it's hard when you did it the way. You're still talking about $100,000 per program with the vehicle for the first year.
Yes.
The one-time purchase, okay. So,
And we do have some inventory in stock from like special events and stuff, so we're not bringing all new equipment and stuff into this. We already have some stock.
okay. Other than the vehicle, though, and I mean, that's half your cost. So hopefully you'll get the same kind of deal that Todd got with Ron's vehicle over at CarMax, but we'll see. But what I'm looking at here is if we look at this, and I appreciate what you did, we probably should have broken the vehicle out over a period of time as an asset, so that it doesn't seem, I know you got your first cost, but we could expend it so that the cost of the vehicle is extended over a couple of years, because a vehicle like this probably has a 2 or 3 year life expectancy. Well, yeah. No, but it's if the mileage is done and it's kept up with everything, yeah. Okay. Correct. Correct. And yeah, I just, when you see all three of them and then you add them together, but I agree with you, Michelle. I think it's a good program. Don't get me wrong. It was just the way it was put together on the funding. That's all. Thank you.
One more question. Sorry, can I ask one more question?
Yes, Robin.
Is there the potential to work with community groups to get some of the weeks farmed out? So for example, you could contact maybe the Boy Scouts and they could do a lesson on knot tying 1 week. And then you can contact the ag department and they can do a planting lesson, or like a lesson on eggs or whatever. So maybe one week a month, maybe do some outreach. So we're outreaching to our community groups as well and with staff.
Yes,
and residents.
and that's something I'm super proud of staff to dive into already with the next supplemental that'll be coming up, is to have guest speakers and to teach some of the kids, even the older kids, some life skills and some trainings that they can do to further themselves into the community.
So my question is, the mobile recreation vehicle, the first thing I thought of was Bill Murray and Stripes, okay? So what, It was a tank. What are you proposing? A van, a truck, a car, or?
We're looking at like a, what's it called? Like a van type vehicle. So yeah, so that we can open it up and have shelves in there and store stuff properly and securely.
There's companies that make them. There's other cities that have them. Sometimes they look like big vans.
Right.
Yeah.
Like an Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Mercedes
they-
makes a nice one, so they do, and that's kind of was wondering if you have enough money for this, and then
No, but I'd be happy to increase it if you'd like.
it all comes down to you, Andy, at the end. Any other questions?
No, I just want to say I've seen this program in other cities. I've been at parks where it's been happening. It's a great way to engage the community and let them know as well as about other things that are happening, because sometimes people are just going around or out and around town and they're not necessarily following what's going on in the city, right? They're not up to date on what's happening. And then my only other question about the vehicle is, what sort of policy do we have on the purchase of whether it's, I know we have a number of hybrids, of the purchase of like a green vehicle or a greener one of whatever is available in a Sprinter van.
We don't have any policy in regards to that. The hybrids that we have, we bought them mainly because we have funds that can only be used to purchase those type of vehicle, the QMD funds. But as far as a city having a formal policy of purchasing energy efficient or electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles is not something that we've adopted.
Maybe we need one. And I know there's a number of programs out right now with rebates and so forth and giving money to cities who are purchasing greener vehicles. So if it's possible and that fits in the budget to do that, whatever's best to keep our air clean as we're going to visit children.
Now, certainly there are some types of vehicles that may be available in electric form, but most of the vehicles we use for maintenance are not vehicles that are.
We have a charger right in front of City Hall, so.
Yeah, but they're not. Many of these trucks doesn't come in electric vehicle forms yet. They will eventually, we hope. Probably in the next 2 to 3 years, I think you're going to see a whole lot more. So.
The next supplemental request is a conversion of a 32-hour community services coordinator to a full-time community services coordinator. And this position assists with planning and development of special events within the city, and is responsible for increasing event sponsorship revenue. And this does align with the City Council's approved list of annual and pre-approved citywide observances and events. This would be general fund funded, and it includes salaries and benefits for a total cost of under $77,000. So we took the current salary, and then the net increase to the budget would be actually $38,000 on that position. The next supplemental request also is a conversion of a 32-hour part-time position to a full-time community services coordinator. This position oversees the day-to-day operations and development of the youth and family programming. And I want to kind of tie this one into the mobile rec area. Again, give staff kudos for thinking through this and incorporating some things for 14-year-olds to 17-year-olds to help foster them with volunteer opportunities in the community that will lead to future job opportunities, provide them with life skills, learn how to write resumes, probably learn CPR and first aid, dress for success. The program can coexist also with the volunteer program, and it will help youth prepare for their future by introducing them into the workforce and teaching them life skills. So that would be an addition to the current responsibilities for that part-time position. And that would be funded by the general fund, total cost of $113,000. The net increase to the budget for this request is just under $52,000. The last supplemental request that for Division 731 is also a conversion. We spoke briefly about that earlier, from a 32-hour part-time community services coordinator to a full-time community services coordinator. And this position oversees the day-to-day operations and development of youth and adult sports, as well as the gym rental facility rentals. And the total cost for that is also $113,000, with a net increase to the budget of under $52,000. And this position will also be responsible for increasing program participation, registration, and revenue. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
If I can, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at your 32-hour part-time you want to make to a full-time. And I'm just wondering if we have some redundancy, and you can clarify it with me, or maybe Amanda can, because on Division 737, the facilities maintenance, you have a new full-time event coordinator. Are these positions, I know you have two departments, are these the same positions, or
No, they're
are we
separate
creating
positions.
new positions?
No, these are current employees, are part-time positions, and we're asking to convert them to full-time.
In your facility?
Correct.
Okay, but she's asking for a new full-time event coordinator.
That's not for special events. That's for up at the event center.
Okay, because one's going to assist in plan development, so are they going to work together? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I just don't want to have a redundant position if we don't need it.
No, they're completely separate.
Okay, they're and we'll get to Amanda on yours in a minute. I'm going to take it for your word that they're separate. So that's what I'm going to look at when we go into Division 737 on the new full-time event coordinator. Okay, want to see.
Okay. Okay, this is the supplemental request for Division 733 Park Maintenance. This is for a new full-time park maintenance worker out of the general fund. Total cost for this position is $86,679. The purpose of the expenditure is for this position that will be responsible for the upkeep of city park infrastructure, irrigation, turf management, sports field maintenance, park arena maintenance, and overall maintenance of public parks and the exterior grounds of city facilities. The duties include inspecting parks, open space, trails, weed abatement, special events, senior center garden, arena maintenance, processing work orders in lieu city, and remedial repairs, along with scheduling repairs with contractors. Routine maintenance and oversight is needed in city parks and city grounds to improve and maintain the current assets. This project really is to have gaps in coverage for special events and also for all the maintenance needs in the parks. Currently, we only have one other full-time parks maintenance worker that is dedicated to our parks. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have one question. Since you already have one, this is an additional one, because our facilities will operate 7 days a week. Is this going to be a 7-day-a-week operation?
7 days a week is for, well, they all are 7 days a week operation. This person would only work 4 days in a week for their 36 hours.
That's not my question. Is this going to have 7 day a week coverage? So you're splitting them so that they are, one works one half the week and the other works the other half the week?
Yes, that's our schedule to make sure that we do have full coverage for the parks and also the equestrian center.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking, is that it's not everybody's going to work Monday through Thursday?
No, we have various schedules for our crews.
Okay, and so hopefully this new position understands that weekends is part of their deal. All right, thank you.
Yes, and we will talk to them about special events and how they will have to help out at Ingalls for our rodeos and other holidays.
It's not just the rodeos. It's
holidays.
It's the ball fields. It's the parks. It's every day a week. So we're not stealing from one facility to cover another, because we have the numerous facilities under. That's what I'm thinking about, is because I said it's not just Ingalls, it's the whole city.
Understood.
So it's split, so they're covering all the city for 7 days a week.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next supplemental request is a vehicle for this new full-time park maintenance worker. This would come out of the general fund in the amount of $43,825. Currently, we do not have a vehicle for this position, so we would need to purchase a vehicle for them. The next supplemental request is in the amount of $174,619, and this would be out of the general fund for a new full-time building maintenance superintendent. This is a mid-management position that will be responsible for managing the maintenance of public facilities, including the George Ingalls Event Center, and managing capital improvement projects for the facilities. The duties include the supervision of George Ingalls event staff and building maintenance staff. Responsibilities include scheduling safety trainings, conducting safety meetings, managing events, managing capital improvement projects, and conducting routine maintenance inspections for various facilities and equipment. Additional management oversight will benefit both the city facilities and staff at the George Ingalls Event Center.
So how many employees would be underneath the facilities maintenance superintendent?
The superintendent. It would be 4 full-time staff and 4 part-time staff.
Over the 7 days coverage.
Correct.
And will this be a working superintendent?
Absolutely.
Or will this just be an office position?
No, our superintendents are working. We need all the help we can get, so they would be working with the guys, lending a hand where needed, but also being able to get into that office to really do a lot of this paperwork, capital improvement projects, and managing the crews and ensuring safety training and training and oversight of the equipment up there.
So it's going to be in-house and then out in the field also?
Correct.
And it'll be up to this person to balance that management responsibility?
Correct.
Okay.
And I actually do have a correction for you. I need to add 2 more full-time employees. So there'll be 6 full-time employees, 4 part-time employees, because we are including the building staff into that. The building maintenance staff.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So will this supersede subcontracting a lot of this work? Are these people that will be able to do repairing air conditioners?
That's our goal. Obviously, we want people that are that have some sort of trade or craft that can help us out overall. But really, we need someone that's going to help manage some of these Measure R projects and really put in the work and get a schedule set for these crews, especially the George Ingalls staff. Get them on a tight schedule, get their training in, and also help out where needed. We are a big team, so sometimes, we're going to also have the superintendent help out with Todd, help out with park staff, just to get our projects that we need to get done.
I guess I'm concerned that it's growing, and it's amazing when you look back and you see how much Mr. Petrie did. I mean, it's astonishing. We're replacing him with 10 people. It makes me nervous. So. No, I get it. I mean, I'm not criticizing. I'm just.
Oh no, I'm not
makes me nervous.
saying it's a criticism, but when we made this split to have facilities and parks separated, we knew that we were going to have a employee cost impact,
right,
and all of that. We're starting a new department.
Yeah.
And I think, Todd, the superintendent now, he's absolutely great, but he is spread extremely thin. He's trying to do everything, and he just doesn't have enough help. And to have another superintendent to kind of take that load off of him, I think that we would see a lot more productivity, really, a lot more oversight of our facilities and parks.
So would you be willing to commit that we would see a reduction in our carryover projects
Oh, absolutely,
from
yes.
we do
yeah.
have today?
My goal really is to get these superintendents trained on CIP projects, to take a project from cradle to grave, and also teach their staff that too. So it's more productive for the city, and it's also beneficial for them as they move on in their career to have that CIP knowledge and experience.
Cradle to grave. How about on time and under budget?
That too.
Okay, thanks.
Problem's going to be is you're going to do what Chad does, which is you train them to do 10,000 different things, and then they go somewhere else, right? That's the goal. Don't give them enough knowledge that they leave. Yeah.
And I appreciate this. And this position, I'm hopefully will see that either will give Todd the ability to oversee the building of the pole barn rather than being pulled away 10 different ways, or excuse me, or this person will oversee the building of the pole barn. Is that what your goal is? And along with any other improvements? Is because I kind of gather that from what you said.
The pole barn, I'm actually the project manager on, so they'll help out as needed. But for Todd, really, I want him to focus on the parks, on Wayne Macon. He's going to have a $2.5 million project replacing the lighting for those fields. There's a lot of other big projects that he needs to work on, like Parmenter Park, ADA improvements to the parking lot. We have Nellie Weaver Hall parking lot. There's so many, and then we're going to have a master plan for Neil Snipes. Well, I want to take on a lot of the CIP too. I need help. We have a long list of items, and we need to spread that out. So, one, we are keeping them on track, on time, and under budget, and we're also looking at the quality of work and making sure that we're doing our due diligence and getting the best product we can for the city.
Okay, and that's kind of what so what you're talking about in this facility maintenance, the superintendent, they may be the project manager of the facility that is built, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Is that what they will do? Because we've had that in the past where it keeps going, but we don't have a project manager to keep all our subs and all our contractors in line, and people talk to 10 different people without communicating. It should go to one person.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we have started implementing this year, depending on the project and what division it falls under. You're going to have a dedicated project manager that's going to answer all those questions, because that has been a problem in the past where you have 3 different people working on it and you have 3 different answers, where it should go to one project manager where they manage the entire project from cradle to grave.
Thank you. That's what my question was. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
I'm just going to make a comment to Ted that you can put the project manager just basically that he's going to be a conductor of an orchestra where every member's in a different union. Think about that one.
I did. That's good. That was very good, Mr. Mayor.
The next supplemental request is for $43,825. This is for a vehicle for the new full-time building maintenance superintendent. Once again, we do not have enough vehicles on hand to supply them with the vehicles, so we will need to purchase a truck for them. This next supplemental request is for a new full-time event coordinator. It will be funded out of the general fund with a total cost of $113,481. This position will be responsible for coordinating events at the George Ingalls Event Equestrian Center, including the arena level, Nellie Weaver Hall, Pike Peaks Park grass level, and the barn. Duties include assisting the event supervisor in booking and customer service for events at the George Ingalls Equestrian Event Center. This is for succession planning and transfer of knowledge that is vital for the continued successful operations and events of the center.
I'm back. As we have this event coordinator, again, it sounds redundant from the other one, and from where you describe it, it isn't. And the responsible is for coordinating events. I see nothing in there about promoting the event center. And I know that that is a citywide project, and it'll probably involve the communications division along with our Parks and Recreation. But we can have all the event coordinators we want, but if we don't have a fully booked out or promoting that thing to get these events, we're spinning our wheels.
So this, this position is also going to be helping with the implementation of the barn, getting that ready for our events there, and also it's going to incorporate promoting and how we're going to get that out there. So this person will work hand in hand with Patty, helping her with all of her events, her back-to-back bookings. It is estimated that we will have more opportunities for the event center, with an increase of rentals expected from more horse shows along with dog show events. There's also the reorganization of the Los Angeles Equestrian Center and the City of Industry Centers, where we feel that more customers are going to be coming to our equestrian center for their events.
I understand what staff's doing, but I don't see is there any funding for the promotional part of that? For us outreaching to these groups to promote our event center. That's what I'm getting at. Is you can have the staff, but if we don't have a budget for putting this together, the awareness of it, and that's where I said that should be all part of our communications and our whole economic development is how we get these people here.
And I think the idea is let's get this person on board and get an actual plan in how we are going to attack this and how we are going to promote the center. But we first initially need people on board to help Patty. She is completely swamped with what she's doing now, and we need someone to help her and kind of free up some time where we can start getting the juices flowing on how we are going to promote this and how we're going to move forward with the barn.
Okay, thank you.
So who's currently doing all of this? Who's currently doing all of this?
It's Patty is doing all of the event coordination for the events up at Ingalls, and then the horse events, the dog shows. She schedules everything for Nellie Weaver Hall and the arenas.
So we need a whole other staff member. We're going to double basically the staff power to do that job.
The other big element of this is that Patty's not going to be here for a long time. I think she is looking at retirement. The biggest thing for us is to succession plan for her. She has a lot of contacts. She has a lot of different people that she knows in the community. And if we can get someone in there that can that can get her knowledge and their understanding of these events before if she does leave, we need to retain that knowledge. This is a very unique center, a lot of unique people, and knowing how these events run, what each customer expects from us, what each rodeo expects, how they are managed in staffing, how they are managed in overall operations of the facility is something that we need to be able to retain.
But we don't have a timeline on when her position would be empty.
We do not.
If I could, just to clarify for that, just for the sake of staff, and I had quite a bit of discussions with Patty prior to bringing our new facilities director in. Excuse me. The issue is that Patty's doing everything from booking it to all the weekend work to walking people through the event on weekends. She's literally here 7 days a week, and you need another body because it's way more. Because especially at the facility, as we would like it to grow and develop, you need to have more than one person, and that's been Mr. Petrie's feeling on that when he was here. It's certainly Patty's belief, and to make it successful, you need more people to help do all the duties that are there. So right now you have one person there that's literally dedicating herself to every day to make sure these events come out right, that the folks are having a good event so they want to come back. And you need another body to facilitate. The idea is someone is booking the events and promoting it, but the other person would be, those roles would shift, is the on-site taking care of the person, walking through, make sure the event is successful, working with the other staff that helps making sure all the equipment and facilities are there. So it's just the way it was explained to me as far as the desires to have another person. It wasn't necessarily one's leaving and we're replacing them. It was really a twofold partnership working together through that time period.
Okay, the last supplemental request I have for you today is a conversion of a part-time 32-hour LMD inspector to a full-time LMD park inspector. This cost is a net increase to the budget of $47,000. It will be taken out of LMD 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to cover the cost. This position will be responsible for the upkeep of the landscape maintenance districts and parks within each district. The position will act as a liaison for the city and work directly with contractors and residents. Duties include inspection of LMDs, parks, open space, trails, and weed abatement. This position must track and process work orders in Lucity, communicate with residents, and directly oversee capital improvement projects in the LMDs. Continuous upkeep of the LMDs through various capital improvement projects and replacements is needed. Additional oversights in these areas will benefit the LMDs.
So I have a question on funding source, if you could explain it to me, especially specifically LMD2, 25% of the cost burden to LMD2, which does not have its head above water.
Yes, LMD2, we do have a deficit in that LMD. This is to cover the cost of this full-time employee, and it's to spread it with the percentages that we have currently. This is our current percentage that is paid, that pays for the part-time LMD inspector. So it's using the same formula to make him full-time.
And that would be the same like for LMD5?
I'm sorry?
For LMD5, the 15% is the same formula that we're presently using?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can speak on LMDs now. I'm trying to understand a 32-hour your part-timer going to a full-time. Bob Rash, when he had it, did all that in his 32 hours. And he was under without a problem. Now, I don't know why we need to increase this, so we're going to increase it to 38. Is that what you have now? Whatever we have, what's our full-time?
36.
36, so 4 more hours. So we're going to increase it, the total cost, and now is that 81,000 the increase or the total? That increase is 47,000.
Yes.
You know what? I don't see them. I really do not see our current LMD. Very seldom do we see him. I'll be honest with you. I don't see Frank up there. I see him more down with the parks. And this goes back to what a prior supervisor of the LMDs did. And I'm going to say anything, but I'm going to say he misused the funds from the LMD and the staff that was supposed to go up there. was years ago, and he's gone. But I'll be honest with you, I'm having a hard time increasing that 4 hours when we don't see him enough up there now. And I'm just being honest, because your supervisor does more to contact Brightview up there and deal with it than the current LMD inspector is supposed to be up there.
The LMD inspector has daily communication with Brightview, and he also provides punch lists to Brightview monthly, and he goes out to ensure that all of his punch list items are completed. We also have 3 different parks in the LMDs, some that we have not been able to get to for various capital improvement projects that are funded by the LMDs. We have 2 playgrounds that need to be replaced, and we do have constant maintenance at those parks that we do need additional oversight and coverage for. We have constant requests. We have about 32 work requests a month from residents in the LMDs, and that's in addition to their regular maintenance and oversight of the LMDs. We also have incidentals that happen quite frequently now, with trail fencing being damaged from vehicles and other things.
I'm just saying, we just got our LMD letters to show the increase. And I'm telling you what, I don't see the service that I saw previous to that.
Okay.
Just letting you know how I feel about it.
I'm having maybe not the same issue that Ted has, but just observation, like Vandermolen and LMD 4. Okay, you should be familiar with that must count 3, 4, 5 dead trees. I mean, here within the last few days.
Oh, on the Parkway?
Yeah. And with the workload that you describe, that 4 hours more, I don't think you can add that much more responsibility and work in 4 hours weekly to justify that budget amount. But overall, it's to me that LMDs are a loser, and they're eventually going to end at some point in time. And that's kind of where I get hung up on. I'm just not a fan of LMDs. So I don't know. I can't tell you yes or no on this one.
And the trees that I know that the LMD inspector right now, he is looking at doing the replacement with the grant that we have. He has a scheduled list. He's reached out to our residents to try to see who wanted additional trees. So he is in that process of planting new trees now.
And this is on the other, like on Vandermolen specifically?
I believe so. I would honestly.
Well, no, I was going to say those trees are not the right of way in front of the residence, is on the other side that goes to our open space.
Yes.
That parkway.
I could talk to him about that to see what the status is of that. But I know it was residents that wanted new trees in areas that where they had irrigation, but they had empty space.
Okay. This would be on the, let's say, the east side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. A bunch of them. Mm-hmm.
To clarify, though, the way we have adopted the tree maintenance citywide is now done through WCA under our contract that we do within Public Works. So if there's a tree that needs to be removed, we have part of that budget is for miscellaneous tree removals that we cover when it's requested. The LMD inspector will ask for that, but we basically cover that under our program as far as the cost for the removal of the tree. There isn't funding in there specifically for planting a new tree, but like I said, we have the grant at this time where we can fill in some of those gaps. But just to clarify, as far as that, how we work together on that, in that the LMD inspector is still identifying those issues, whatnot, but they have a resource to get them removed, because it's not Brightview does anything with those trees. It would be WCA, and we include funds that removes the citywide parkway trees.
But Chad, on some of the LMDs, there are tree replacement programs under our annual fees that we're paying for, and those are LMD trees, not city.
Yeah, if they were in non-parkway areas, like in parks or certain areas that are not part of the parkway, but the parkway is managed through Public Works as far as the trees. The Brightview does everything else, and then but we managed, because it was getting convoluted as far as tree maintenance was to be done citywide. We were touching areas on this side of town, but there wasn't being maintenance, because after the tree gets a certain height, then per our contract, they no longer maintain the tree. So it was more of that those trees up there have matured clearly above the height. They were no longer being maintained properly. So we, as a city, we did an umbrella where we covered all the city, created the districts and the zones where we go through a 5-year plan to maintain the trees. And in that process, if there's any trees that need to be removed, we have included part of our budget to remove trees as needed, so that we've kind of taken care of that. So we've actually reduced some of the burden on the LMDs by doing it as a citywide program. And we started that 3 years ago when we started our original tree trimming program that the council approved.
Okay, because
Okay,
Yeah.
if we can, I'm just looking at time constraints, and Andy, do you want to leave it there, or do you want to try to finish up supplemental requests?
I think we need to come back to the supplemental.
Okay.
My feeling on additional discussions on that,
Okay.
and make a decision. I do want to make a comment with respect to the 32-hour position. They are assigned to do with 32-hour position. I don't know what the history of 32-hour positions are. I am not an advocate of 32-hour positions. It's actually bastardizing what should be actually full-time positions. 32 hours and 36 hours, not exactly sure what the difference is. So this goes to also being able to retain employees. So I'm a big advocate of converting these 32-hour positions to 36-hour full-time positions, so they are reflective of work that is actually being done. When you look at the budget increases, it seems like it's so high, the difference between the 32 hours and the 36 hours. Part of that is obviously the benefits kicking in. And in making this estimate, staff has assumed the worst case scenario, which means these employees, I assume, they are going to become POS Classic, which February employees, and that they will receive full health benefits that is allowed currently, which most of them are probably not going to take all that benefits. But again, conceptually, with the 32-hour positions, I think the city, in order to put these employees on, I think we need to seriously consider converting those that are needed into actual work employees.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session, and then we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock, and then with item 5, we will continue the workshop. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene the public session. We'll have a report of actions taken in closed session by the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action.
Thank you. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Ted Hoffman and then the invocation by Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer.
Well, I am no Pastor Michelle. I will tell you that right now. So I hope everything is okay with Pastor Michelle. If you will all join me in a word of prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you this evening with the work of our city. I pray that you would be with staff as they report, and particularly as we go through the budget. Lord, I pray that you would allow us to have wisdom and insight as we plan for the upcoming year in our city, that we will be able to make wise decisions that will benefit the residents and those visitors that come to our wonderful town. Lord, I just pray for all of those that yesterday were reflecting on those lives lost in service, and that you would comfort those families as they go about the rest of their day and this year with those losses. And I just pray, Lord, that you would bring peace and unity to our community, that you would be with us as we plan for the upcoming year. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Robin. We'll have city council reports on regional boards, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer.
So I was actually going to have a meeting, but CNUSD canceled the city schools meeting last week. We are to the end of our school year here this week. Graduation will be taking place at Norco High School tomorrow evening. And I think all the schools in the district will be wrapping up by Friday. So that concludes my report.
On May 15th, I attended the Northwest Mosquito Vector Control District meeting for the Board of Trustees. And on May 19th, I attended the Western Regional County, I have too many regionals in here, Wastewater Authority meeting of the Board of Directors. And at that meeting, one thing that did come out of that is we approved a contract with a consultant to look at coming up with a recycled water policy plan. Right now, we do have a number or an amount of water that is recycled from our wastewater from all of the member agencies. And right now it's going into the Santa Ana River. And so that has potential for being used. And so we're looking at what's a policy that would benefit all of the member agencies and putting one together so we have one in place so we can take some action to use that recycled water within our communities. Thank you.
So I had a lot of fun. I got to go to the Tiny Tot Olympics. It was fun watching Councilman Hoffman go through the circles and the rings and have more fun than the kids, I think. It was a lot of fun. The ranch tour was absolutely amazing. We have some wonderful ranches in town. The FFA dinner, I was very impressed, Robin, because the kids put that on. I mean, it is just wonderful. I think the most important thing, though, well, I can't say that, but one of the key things I attended was Memorial Day, and I'll let Ted kind of talk about that, if you will. But the most amazing thing I saw was at the end when the commanding officer and the gunnery sergeant and Larry Eckhoff decided to raise the flag after everybody was gone. I've never seen a commanding officer from the Navy base be so excited about doing something. And he and Gunny just got along great. And he's actually set up some dinners to go to people's homes. And in all the years I've been dealing with the Navy, I've never seen a commanding officer become so engaged. And he was like a little kid he got to raise the flag. And it was really, really fun to watch. So I think we're going to have a really great relationship during his tour of duty for the next 2 years. So I'm very, very excited. And I thought it was a great event. Thank you to all the volunteers. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, Kevin, I knew you'd talk about the memorial. I'll be honest with you. you normally see my list up there, but trying to get the memorial done and along with city staff, Todd and his crew, and Patty and everybody else up there. It's been quite a struggle getting people together, as we did, and Michelle, I know, is working long hours in between fighting COVID. So it came together, and I'm sure glad it came together. It's tough when you put everybody with their strong wills and their minds together, and then what we have done up there in the memorial celebration over the years is we have tried to give the American Legion more of an opportunity to take it over or to run it. One of those things, though, is sometimes things get overlooked, and I apologize for anything that we missed and didn't get done, or the fact that the names weren't mentioned. But like I said, we'll work that through, so that will never happen again. But that happens. And thank you, Kevin, for having Ed Clark come up there from a Korean veteran who spoke. A long time. He's lived in Norco for almost 50 years. That was special. And I met him right there that morning. He said, I got something to say. He thanked the South Korean people for his service during the Korean War. So thank you for doing
We're
that.
arranging for his friend also to get one. I can't think of his name, but the guy who was sitting right behind him is a Korean War vet also. So he's getting one.
Yeah, I know exactly who it is.
Tanker, 1st Marine Division.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, anyway, I know what you're talking about. But the other thing I want to mention is that mark your calendar, since we're talking about the memorial. June 12th, we will have our Gold Star Family Monument in place, and we will be doing a ceremony. We will start off with a late lunch, early dinner at 4 o'clock, followed by a ceremony at 6 o'clock. It's a Sunday afternoon. You know what? Watch a ball game, come out with us and come out and see us. This is going to be awesome. And when the sun sets out there, we finish that ceremony up, when that light catches that silhouette of that Gold Star family, it's going to be awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. And June 3rd, right? It's coming in, going to get there. We know. We already got the crane reserved, so. But June 12th. And finally, for my other council members, I did email the report. That's a draft from LAFCO. Please look at our section regarding our city. We can upgrade and update that. There were some things, and I talked to Kelly about, some of them weren't flattering, but I think we've done that and fixed some of those things. That report was done basically out of information from 2018. So if you can share it with city staff, Andy, we need to upgrade that. And the reason I tell you that is that report not only is ours for the next census, but as it progresses, it'll be updated. But you're going to have the SCAG people use that report. You're going to have people from economic development in other areas looking, businesses look at that report and what that is. And so it's really important that report reflects us as a city and what we are, and not something that's old and outdated. So please, we have until the last Thursday in June, so we can make corrections, so I can get them over there to them. So please look at that and let me know, and we'll get them over there. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ted. And I have nothing to report at this time. So we'll move into the consent calendar, and I'll call upon the city clerk.
All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and may be enacted by one motion prior to the motion to consider any action by the presiding governmental body. Any public comments on any of the consent items will be heard. There will be no separate action unless members of the governmental body or the audience request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar. Items removed from the consent calendar will be separately considered under item 3 of the agenda.
Thank you, Dana. Does any member wish to pull any items?
2C.
2C.
D is in David and E is in Edward, please.
D and E.
Sir, yes, sir.
Dana, do we have any public comments?
I have no comment cards for this item.
Okay. I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the remainder.
I'm sorry, tonight. Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer? Motion passes.
Thank you, Dana. Item 2C, pulled by Councilmember Bash.
Yeah, just Chad, thanks getting that done. Really appreciate it. I've had tons of people stop me in Stater Brothers and the Mormon Church and the church, little church down the street and church on the hill, and it's not called that anymore, whatever it's called. But people are just really excited about that piece of road that you fixed. And I don't even think you opened it before they were driving on it. I mean, I drove on it before it was open, and but anyway, I'm very happy that we got that done. I think that was a very good, even though the expense was a lot, but I think just in terms of public relations, I think it was a very important piece of asphalt to put in, so thank you. And it looks beautiful.
Second.
Please vote. Kevin, I'm sorry, yours is not.
Robin broke it.
Your
Okay. 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 Nothing.
You're not showing at all. So, Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
I feel left out.
Thank you, Dana. Item 2D, Ted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And these are questions that I had, and I've already had the answers from Michelle and from Amanda on them. But I want to make sure that this is a facilities documentation. I think the last time you did this was 10 years ago, right? And this has been updated, is what we've done. And I know a lot of people went through it. We talked about it. All the staff and everybody had their input into what we're doing. And so I got my thing down to 4, really just 4 questions. And those are the answer to me. So on page 32, and what I want to do, when we talk about stalls, all horses that stay overnight must be put in the stall as approved by the city of Norco. So when we define stalls on this facility, I want to understand when people come through is what we as a city are offering now or what can be offered. Stall is defined. Right now we're giving them a corral, 12 by 12 corral, versus a stall and enclosure that can be available. So if we can maybe make a subsection of there is what are we defining as a stall? That's all it's because when Sean comes down and he brings in those fabricated or fabric stalls, there's a difference. You know, of course the cost is different, $75 versus what we're charging them for. So I just want to define the stall for the users. And then again, I had a question on the bleacher fees. Industry standard says it's 18 inches, but that same industry qualifies your seating space, your personal space, as 24 inches. Most of us are going to take up that 24 inches. If you're going to charge them for the use of that bleacher space, I hate seeing us use that 18 inches because it ain't going to fit. For our users, we have 2,100 seats up there right now. You can't get 2,100 people in there, and I will I will challenge you to try to get 2,100 people in, normal, average-sized persons. It ain't gonna happen. So to me, I'd rather see you, if you're gonna charge them for the use of, use the industry standard, the 24-inch personal space. Because that's what, the bleacher companies won't do it because they're out to sell board space. But let's be realistic about it. That's just my thought. If you want to take it back or whatever you want to do with the discussion, but that's my opinion. Is that rate should be figured on 24 on your personal space of 24 inches, not the 18.
Just a comment on that. Patty had mentioned traditionally that they use the 18-inch, but if council wants us to use 24-inch at that directive, we can do that.
Okay. Well, that's I'm being realistic. And then the other two.
I'm sorry, did you need any input at this time from the rest of council on that?
I would like input on that, yes, so we can finalize this document.
We'll ask your remaining two questions.
Yeah, and that had to do with the staff on the public buildings and provisions on page 35. It had to do with the noise level. And it says staff. And I would just like us, before we start going through and enforcement, someone to secure facilities, the removing people, that we have someone that's qualified to run a decibel meter there on that situation. I just don't want one person's staff or somebody saying, it's too loud, shut it down, without having the data to substantiate that. So if we could write in there that there should be the use of a decibel meter, or at least maintain it. We do it at Silver Lakes. We have the decibel meter there, the sound meter, to see what are they using, how loud it is, because I want to make sure that we're doing it correct. And then the other one on page 38, the light charge again. Staff, somebody has to be trained. Who makes that call? Because you're charging these people more money. The light staff. I understand the umpire can, or somebody can shut it down because it's unsafe. But if we're going to do things like this, I'd rather see us use some kind of a device like the light meter that determines that. So so these people understand, it's just not a personal call on it. It's the fact that we're using some kind of a recording device or some kind of a safety device that indicates that. And that's the only thing, is we make sure that these people know that. And so, but back to my the bleacher thing is, I would like to see us use the 24-inch personal space in standard at this time for the fee schedule, if we have to charge them for it.
Craft that as a motion.
Motion, yeah. I move to that we change that to 24 inches. For our users.
While under discussion, what would that change the capacity to?
I would have to do the math on that one.
How many seats are at
2,100 right now?
At 18 inches?
Yep.
Did the math wrong. Sorry, this is algebra.
Come on, Andy.
15 to 16.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that going to have an effect on any of our... No? Okay.
But the bleacher companies are still going to charge at 18 inches.
They're still charging 18 inches,
Right.
but you're not going to get.
But we get more than 1743 in there, no?
Probably not, because we bring in extra bleachers. But I just want to point out, if we had all children in there, we would fit the 18.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Please vote. Yours didn't come up, Kevin. It was green. Councilmember Bash? Oh, it did it.
Yes.
Okay, got it. It came up. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Ted, you had item 2E.
Correct. So just so, because we voted to increase the fee, does it all, that clarified the whole thing, right? On that agenda item 2D? Just want to make sure we.
Actually, I do have a question for Councilman Grunmeyer. You gave me 2 notes in here. That was on section for George Ingalls to add in on number 16, dog, livestock, poultry, with the all equine, which I think is a excellent addition to that, if nobody has any objection to that.
So so for council, that was the rule on biosecurity. It specifically only said equine, but we have dog events, we have poultry events, we have all, so it should just be a blanket biosecurity should be followed by
all of them.
all.
Right.
Yeah.
And then under the Wayne Macon Shear Sports Complex provisions, there was a repeat sentence, so we'll be removing that.
Thank you.
So that we don't need a whole new approval on. Okay.
Any objections? Colin, are we okay with that?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm good.
All right.
We good? All right.
Item 2E. Ted, you pull that?
Yeah, and the reason I pull this was not, I'm not objecting to the National Therapy Animal. I mean, I used to raise guide dog puppies for the guide dog school. So, and I still give to the horse therapy and Jeff Anderson's group for the dogs. So my question came from how we put these and how we receive the process. And Ms. Newton pointed the process out that this was actually done from an email. And I guess my question is, if we have these requests through an email, is there a vetting process other than the subcommittee that would do this, and do these people have to provide some kind of justification for it? And the reason I bring this up is Pet Partners is the one that started this National Therapy Animal Day. Throughout the United States, in the 3 decades they've been in business, only 40 local or state governments have approved this National Therapy Animal Day. The state of California did not approve it. They have not done any proclamation. Riverside County did, which is good for them. But what I'm asking is, other than just an email, Ms. Newton, do they have anything else that they bring?
No, so there's no required documentation that was a part of council's formation of this program. When council approved the observance program, we just established those 2 steps that are noted in the staff report, meaning when a request is received by staff, step 1 is to forward the request to the subcommittee for review. At that time, the subcommittee, which is 2 council members, reviews the request and makes a recommendation to staff. And then with that recommendation, if it's to approve the observance, staff prepares a staff report, puts it on the consent calendar, the second meeting of the month, for all of council's review. That is the extent of the approval process. But like I replied to your email, if it's council's direction to formalize this more and to create an actual application that requires supplemental documentation, we can do that as well. Staff follows council's direction with this program.
Okay. I'm just asking the subcommittee, the vetting, because I know Catherine, you and Robin are on this. Is there any other vetting that we use? I'm just looking at the process.
No, and in the past, everything that was requested was automatically approved. So that's where this came from. It just takes an extra level of oversight to look, does this align with our community values and who we are as a neighborhood? And is it also, we kind of grandfathered in everything that was it something we've done before? And so, different organizations write in for different reasons to request the proclamations. A lot of times they're not presented at council. They use them, and maybe perhaps in legislation they're advocating for, or in meetings that they have, or for their nonprofit work. So that's what kind of where the recommendations came from, is building on what was there, which really there wasn't a process before. And so it was approved because it aligns with our community values for the group that requested it.
Okay.
That's essentially the criteria which was established when the program first came to council, was it aligning with community values that were defined in that staff report.
Okay, that was kind of my idea, is where if we do it, and I don't mind. I'm always worried about that strange one that comes through, and I would hope that the subcommittee, if they would do that, would request that back to the requester and that type of thing, to vet that, to make sure we're not doing something very unusual or something that's going to cause us problems. That's the only thing I was asking for.
Yes.
Is the
and then
vetting process that we use for these groups.
when staff receives a request, part of the email to the subcommittee is requesting feedback on whether or not they believe the observance aligns properly with those community values.
Okay, and this one certainly does. Mine was the vetting process.
For
That
the
was
subcommittee,
it.
it
That
does,
was all.
yes.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Please vote. All worked. Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, we'll move into public comments. I'll call upon the city clerk, please.
There. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please submit a speaker card to the meeting clerk. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the governmental body's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. I have one speaker card for general public comment, and it's Wayne Brown from RCTC.
Good evening, Wayne.
Morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Well, it's been a long
morning.
day. I was before you, Mr. Mayor, Council, in January when we were talking about a closure at that time of the westbound 91 for the construction of false work over the 91 as we begin to build the express lane connector from the 91 to the 15, this time to the north. And we continue with that process. If you have been by the area of the 1591 interchange, you have seen a great deal of change in the whole interchange area there. And we move forward with this next closure, which is slated for the weekend of June 10th through the 13th. We will be closing the southbound 15 at the 1591 connector. We will keep open the southbound 15 westbound 91 connector itself so that vehicles can exit at that point, go up to Main Street, go up and over under the freeway, get back on the 91 eastbound, and then take the eastbound 91, southbound 15 connector to finish that part of the detour. The big issue here is the fact that we will be working the weekend of the 10th to position false work and structure over the top of the southbound 15, which will sort of finish the model that we will be building for the express lane connector. That will be the last piece of the parts as we connect everything that's been in the process of being built in the median at the 15, and then everything that's been built over the 91 and through that Gore area right there as you begin to see that. That process will continue probably until early of 2023 as we finish up this process. This weekend, the weekend of the 10th closure, we are urging folks, and we'll be working with Kelly and folks to, if at all possible, avoid the area and not use a southbound 15, but basically utilize the 60 to the 71, come down and around, come back up eastbound 91, and then connect back to the 15, or go east on the 60, pick up maybe the 215 and come, depending upon how far south you were headed on the 15, stay on the 215 all the way down or come down the 91. We anticipate that we're going to see backups on the 15. We have set up alternative detours. I'm not anticipating that one connector is going to be able to handle all of the traffic, so traffic will be diverted if necessary off at Hidden Valley over to Main and from Main to the 91. But also it's going to be diverted if necessary at 2nd Street over to Hamner, Main, and up that way. We will be coordinating. We'll have, if necessary, flag and signal coordination. Chad, did they finally get in touch with you? Okay, good. That was the number one key, was to make sure that they got in touch with you as we begin to coordinate and make sure that traffic flows over this weekend of the 10th. We will be putting out a great deal of information over the next 5 to 7 days. Tomorrow we're doing a briefing in the morning at 11 o'clock that will be touching deeper into the actual closure and what work will be going on. And that's an invited briefing to all of the regional PIOs and key people like Chad and first responders, fire, sheriffs, so that everybody understands what's going on over that 55-hour period. We will also be providing information at that time for the first responders as to how they will be able to get through the closure without having to deal with any backup traffic. One of the other issues that will be closed during this weekend is the southbound express lanes from the 60 down to the 1591. That is also going to be closed because it's just too close to what's happening with the work going on, and you've got cranes and you've got lifting I-beams and that type of thing. So that's going to be probably the area that first responders are going to have access to be able to get down through the detour area and the closure area without having much of an issue. So that's going to be presented to them tomorrow. So at this point, that's my information. I know we don't get a chance to for you to ask questions, but if you do have any questions, I'm willing to take them on this particular issue.
Thank you, Wayne. Any questions?
Michelle or Chad, real quick. Silver Lakes, that concert is the following weekend,
Yes.
correct? All right, just there. And there's nothing going on. Does he have a showcase or something this weekend, or that's coming up this same weekend it's on there?
We have a special event this weekend. It's on Friday, though.
No, but I'm talking for June 10th, the weekend of that. Is that a showcase down there, or a big?
At Silver Lakes, they'll probably have soccer.
Yeah.
Okay, but not as big showcase that's coming up. Okay.
We tried to make sure
I
that we
think
touch
you-
absolutely. We did the research.
The concert would have been a pain. All right, thanks.
Trust me.
All right.
No. When we were looking at weekends and that came up, my hand went up very quickly. Now, that's also Father's Day. So you got a double whammy on that weekend. So if something happens on the weekend of the 10th, winds, because that was one of the things that we had very close concerns with in January. We had Santa Ana's come up, and the last thing that you need is cranes lifting I-beams with wind around. So anything possible, we would not move it to the weekend of the 17th. It would go to the weekend of the 24th at this point in time. So that's our backup weekend, is the weekend of the 24th, because of the concert and because of Father's Day weekend.
Any other questions? Appreciate your time.
You betcha.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Good luck.
We've got 2 more to go on this one. One will come in probably November, that area. That's to take false work down on the 91. The final one will come probably February, March, to take the false work down on the 15. So that's still to come. I'll be back.
Thank you. Thank you for all your information.
We have one more speaker card, Bonnie Slager.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi. Sorry, you just thought you were going to get by. First of all, I did want to congratulate everybody on the memorial service yesterday. It was lovely. Very good job. My concern is with the Bluff project, all of these giant trucks that originally were supposed to all go down Corridon, they're coming down 5th Street and turning on to Hamner and going to the freeway. And it seems like every day as these truckers become more familiar with the route, they're trying for a new personal best. And particularly when they're coming back empty south on Hamner and they turn right onto 5th Street, some of them really do some exciting things around that corner. We do have the diagonal crossing for horses and so on there, and I just would like to express concern. I realize these guys are all independent truckers and time is money, but they really need to start slowing down before it really gets insane. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Our sheriff is aware of it, along with our public works director. They've been keeping an eye out. Do we have any other cards?
Mayor, I have no further speaker cards for...
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call upon the city manager to continue our workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we are still dealing with the supplemental budget request for next fiscal year, and the next item we have for you, Alma.
Yes. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, this supplemental request is for Division 751, which is our code enforcement division, and the request is for a new part-time code enforcement officer. The purpose of this expenditure is for the position will improve efficiency and effectiveness of code enforcement division and will enhance customer service experience. Position will streamline the case resolution process by implementing procedures to improve and maintain time management. The funding source for this is proposed from our general fund with a total cost of $28,300, and this is a part-time 20-hour position in addition to the existing 2 code enforcement officers. And with that, I will answer any questions.
I have a question. I believe this came up, if it didn't come up at budget last year, it came up in terms of looking for what can we do with code enforcement in terms of, I know there was a discussion about do we need more staff or not. And so my question with this one is, have there been any changes made in code enforcement? Because the feedback that I remember hearing was kind of, we don't need more staff yet. We need to kind of look at how we can better make sure that our code enforcement is out kind of doing what it needs to do. Mm-hmm. Have there been any changes or that have kind of brought this, that we've come full circle now to ask for that additional staff?
Yes, basically, well, since I kind of took over this division, I've been monitoring the activities of our code enforcement officers. I meet with them on a weekly basis, and one of the things that we need more time management, making sure that these cases are moving quicker and in a more expedited manner. So to be able to accomplish that, there is an additional position will help us get to that level to be able to streamline the cases more efficiently, and that's based on my observation is these last year and a half that I've taken over the division. So that's where I'm coming from.
You're good. Next.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the next one here, supplemental request, is for our Building and Safety Division. It's for a new full-time building official. The purpose of this expenditure is a mid-management position, which will replace the existing contract building official that works 2 days per week or 18 hours a week. This full-time position, of course, would be a mid-management position, and will be at City Hall the full 36 hours a week, and in addition, as needed during the weekends for staff input on any situations such as code enforcement cases. The position will be more available to the public, will increase customer service, and will assist with overseeing building and safety division, and will assist also with the code enforcement division. The cases for code enforcement at this time, at least there are at least 50% of the cases, code enforcement cases, are building related. So this would help out a lot in that area. The funding source is the general fund. Total cost is $221,452, less the current cost of our contract building official, which is approximately $122,000 a year for 18 hours a week. And the net increase to the budget in this case would be $99,000. So with that, I'll conclude, answer any questions that our council may have.
Any questions?
Just a clarification, Alma, what was the contract rate we have?
The contract rate's $130 an hour, which calculates to approximately $121,680 a year, or $122,000 rounded off.
So the difference of us hiring ourselves is $100,000.
Approximately, yes. Mm-hmm.
And more hours.
More hours, yes. For this would be 4 hours a week, and it would be a mid-management, so it's salaried, so they'd be available to answer questions on.
So this is the Wildan position, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at this as an efficiency matter, the turnaround, he's going to review plans, site plans, and plans, correct?
Our current building official does special inspections when he's here and is available to do them, and also does the smaller plan checks like pools, patios. The larger ones still go to our Wildan, but it is an efficient.
For the smaller ones.
Yes.
And so how much improvement are we going to do over our turnaround? Do you have any idea? Because if we're only getting the guy 18 hours a week, this should be able to at least turn around our plans faster.
Oh, yes, I believe so, because he'll be here 4 hours and be available to do that and answer questions, like on comments for corrections. The person will be available every day.
Okay, so what's our current turnaround on some of these plans for some of our applicants?
Well, again, it depends, because once it gets turned in, it gets routed to the different division. It could take anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks.
I don't want to get guarantees, but I hope putting this person in, we can do a whole lot better. Is that what you're saying?
That's my goal.
Okay, thank you. I want to hold it to you. I'll hold you to it.
I'm not going to hold you to that. And that's not the purpose of building official, Ted. It's depending on the magnitude of the job, it's going to dictate how long that plan check takes. And we have a set schedule with Wildan that on a first submittal, it's X amount of days. Then it comes back, and then on a recheck, it's X amount of days. Where this is going to help is a lot of the over-counter inspections that can be done in 1 day or 2 days, and that's whether it's solar or block walls or those type of items that the building official can plan check there that day and turn it around. That's going to help our residents where we don't have that availability right now when we only have a building official there 2 days a week. So those little quick ones, I think, are going to benefit the residents. And the other part is, because I've always believed code enforcement should be under building safety, and a lot of the code enforcement cases now are just those. And so I think that's going to close that gap we have with the building official. I'm assuming this, Alma, that
Yes.
the building official is going to pretty much take over code enforcement.
We'll assist in overseeing that
assist.
division, yes, and they will report to me, obviously. But I agree that's a gap that's missing, and it's, in my opinion, is necessary.
And I think that'll be a benefit. And then the other is that if we'll still have our full-time building inspector,
That's
correct?
correct.
And the building official can also assist then. We have a contract inspector also with Wildan.
Yes,
When
we do for the Palomino project, specifically for that, yes.
Right, but let's say our city inspector is on vacation or out, then we backfill that with a Wildan inspector.
That is correct.
But this building official position can also backfill that.
That is correct.
Okay. That's my only comments.
Is some of the demand from this coming from some of the larger projects that are coming up? I'm wondering if the demand that we have right now is going to be here for the long run and adding a new full-time position, or if this is something that just adding more time to our consultant would help us out if it's not going to be sustainable in the long run. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yes, and part of it, yes, that is correct. I mean, the building official comes into play in the areas of helping, giving the fees for these larger projects and coordinating, the management of these larger projects. But at the same time, on the other side, the benefit is on having a building official for the residents on a daily basis. And yes, projects will eventually, the larger ones will eventually slow down, but yet, we do have that investment in the community that unfortunately right now it's kind of lacking because we only have a building official twice a week. And the investment in the community and succession planning for future people that retire, it's something that's a benefit to the city.
Okay.
Housing fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
This last one? Oh. Here you go.
So as you know, city council members, there is a whole lot of housing legislations out there that are impacting the city of Norco. And you recently adopted the housing element. Within that housing element, there are plenty of action plans that the city needs to implement. In addition to that, we are looking at some potential multi-family housing projects coming into the city, as well as the veterans housing project that we are looking at. It is also important to note that there are plenty of housing grants out there that the city could benefit from. Since the redevelopment agency was dissolved, we haven't really had a formal housing manager or housing individual. We had a contract with Michael Becker International that we are more or less doing clerical functions. And as you know from the review that was done of our housing program, we need more than somebody who can do clerical functions in terms of administering the housing program. So what we are recommending here is to go out with a request for proposal to secure a housing consultant that would actually work on the city's various housing programs to help us make sure that we implement the programs that we have identified in the housing element to help us look for grants, to help us review some of these housing legislations to make sure that the city is in compliance with them, as well as deal with some of the multi-family housing issues, the RENA number issues, veterans housing. We believe this is an important position that has been lacking for a while, although most of our housing program has been in an abeyance. Now that we need to resurrect it, I think we need to have someone to oversee, someone who's experienced and knows the requirements to assist us with the program.
Questions?
I got a question. So Andy, on this, one of the things that I got the impression in talking with Erica, the housing specialist attorney, there's things that we can layer into our zoning codes that may give us a little bit more power over decisions that are sort of imposed on us from the state of California. Would this person be able to go through our codes and maybe meet with Erica and just say, okay, what can we do to help protect us from this and from that, and to the extent possible?
Yeah, I believe someone who's experienced with the laws and the regulations pertaining to housing is in a better position to advise the city manager, advise the city council, and also with work with the attorney, our land use attorney,
and with Alma also.
Yes, and to come up with programs that will help move our positions further.
And zoning, maybe tweak our zoning so that we have a little bit more clout. All right, thank you.
Okay, that should be it for the supplemental summary, Andy. Any further words on that?
Yes, that's all right.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you want? So you said you wanted feedback at the end, correct?
Yeah, we want. Okay. That's where we are now. But we have provided you all the information for now.
Go ahead.
I just wanted. We're looking at all the requests that came in, and since being on council, I've heard several times, from different folks about our staffing is down. We still haven't recovered from the Great Recession. And so, I've been asking Andy a lot of questions about, well, what were the actual numbers, right? How much staff did we have before? What is it that we're short, to have a good idea of what it is that where we were and where we are. So just to kind of give some perspective, our part-time employees, if we look back between I'm going to start with full-time. Full-time between 2004 and around 2008, we had about 73 to 74 full-time employees. So this is pre-recession. We currently have 71. So we're almost right about where we were about 16, 18 years ago. If we added all of these new full-time positions that are requested, we would be at 76, which would be more full-time employees than we've had in the last 18 years. For part-time, we are below numbers in part-time. So previously, it jumped up quite a bit, actually, 2007, 2008. We had about 30 in community service, and there's a few years where it was about 63, which right now we have about 30. So there's a big difference in the amount of part-time employees for community service. When we look at facilities, it was around 5. Some of the positions don't crossover because there's some that existed back then that aren't here now. So there are some, like there were 3 drivers. I'm not sure where those would fall now. And right now, the numbers that I got from where we are from HR for community services, currently we have 26 part-time, and facilities we have 5. So as we're looking at all of these, and I know that we have needs, absolutely, and we want to use our revenues and our taxpayer funds wisely and make sure that our residents are getting the most bang for the buck. But I wanted to bring that up, so we're comparing apples to apples a little bit. And then the second thing, In our strategic plan, number 2, one of our focuses is human capital, really looking at what do we need to make sure that our city is running efficiently. And action number 3 is to conduct a citywide staffing needs assessment to evaluate the major functions, duties, responsibilities, and current staff levels of each department and recommend the number of staff needed to effectively meet each department's responsibilities. We have that slated to happen in 2024, but I would suggest perhaps that is something that we need to move up as we're looking at, if we add all of these positions, those are big changes. So having a good idea of what is it that we need and where are we and where we want to go. And then the last comment that I had, we did just reorganize last year, and as part of that reorganization, we did add a number of new positions to address some of the needs. And I'm a little hesitant to add a large number of positions where we just did a change and we just added without kind of getting a handle better on where we are. So I on some of the facilities positions, I would say I'm not quite convinced yet. And I'll leave it at that.
Kevin?
What were the years that you quoted?
I looked at the range from 2004 to 2006 compared to our current year.
Yeah. Because I believe we were running 102 in 2010.
I took out fire. The fire department was taken out, so I only compared, because we were larger if you count the fire department, but they are no longer here.
Yeah, and in fact now we actually have a larger fire force for less money. I'm also nervous about expanding the number of employees. But one of my frustrations, say just Ingalls Park, has been that it's just been totally underutilized. That concerns me. The housing person, I mean, that we've bumbled along and still maintained all the half-acre lots to this point is amazing. And without really experts that are in that. Of course, how can you be an expert when they rewrite the law every 3 months? We made the choice to split Park and Rec and facilities. And as a lot of people know who've been here for a while, I mean, sometimes it took, how long, Greg, to get an air conditioner fixed? Just simply because it was difficult because it was so small, so I can actually see the needs to do that kind of stuff. I guess that's all I have right now. I want to hear the rest of council kind of talk. There's not a lot that I want to add. One of the places I do think we need to look at is code enforcement. Like, for example, at the end of the night, I'm going to ask for, I want to get a complete outline of every enforcement action we have on 6th Street, because I feel like code enforcement, we need to, I mean, when I got on council, we didn't have code enforcement. I know, I got yelled at by a resident that really didn't know what she was talking about. We had a code enforcement officer, but had no money to enforce anything. We'd send letters, lots of letters. Well, now we have the money and we can actually do code enforcement, even though it's very expensive. But I'd like to maybe to piggyback on what Catherine's saying in a way. What is our attitude towards code enforcement before we begin to hire more code enforcement people? Because as I drive down the street, I see a lot of obvious code violations. And then some of the other things that I want to add, there's some events that I'd like to maybe add for next year, that maybe just add to the budget. Other than that, and I'll get those at the end, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Ted?
Thank you. I'm looking at the idea, and I'll just start from the end first. You know, the new part-time code enforcement, and then trying to put in a building inspector in there. Before we do that, and put another person on there. I'd rather see us, if I'm all for doing the new full-time building person official, but I don't know about doing a new code enforcement officer, a part-timer. And I know it's only 20-some thousand, but let that person make that determination as they get into their job, rather than saying, okay, here, you get another employee. And the reason I say that is because this person is supposed to supervise them. Maybe the two we have now, he may or she may say, hey, we can reorganize and do it better. Because let's look at our cases we have out there and figure out why our cases are so long to get done. We may find out it's not labor. It may be the fact that there are some issues that internally we need to fix, whether it be from the planning department side or legal side or somewhere, but we need to find out why. I'm still concerned about the redundancy in the two positions between the Michelle's department and Amanda's department. I'm trying to grasp that to make sure we're not duplicating the effort in having two competing persons trying to pack events or schedule events. And so somehow or another, I'm just not sure on it. You guys probably have it down, but right now we have a person doing it that's overworked and essentially stresses everybody out up there anyway, because she is overworked, and that's just the way she manages things. But do we need another person in there? I don't know. Back to the numbers game and that thing. The original Marino Reno covered was opened up in 2002. We're celebrating 20 years almost of that facility being built. Clark Arena did not exist. Okay, it was a dream. That opened up 2011, something like that. 2011, 2012. No money, no funding, no equipment. You guys can get it done with the same equipment you used before to do it, and we're not going to open it. That was the idea. Whoops, and now we're going to open it. Again, we had no equipment. Same two guys. One guy the first part of the week, the other guy the second week. Oh, and then maybe hire a part-timer to fill in the hours on the weekend. We have more shows up there than we had before. When you look back at that, what was going on. We are still also dealing with the quarry. And the memorial didn't even exist. The hall, everything. We got more dog shows up at the parks we ever had before. Everything takes staff. It takes time. I understand that. It takes time to do that. You currently have 3 full-time volunteers up there. They're putting in over 40 hours a week that aren't going to be here all the time, essentially. So you got to have staff if you want to make this thing work. And you got to have equipment to make it work. And that's what you need. So I look at Ingalls Park and even Waymakin and our ball fields as economic drivers. So I look at them. If we don't use them and keep them maintained, people will leave. They will find better places to go, and they're doing that. So I do support the staff part of it up there and the increases, because I've seen it. Still a little... I'm going to draw back on the LMD thing too, because that's my money. So maybe I shouldn't say anything, but man, it's your money too, because you're up there too. But if we're going to do that, then make sure that person is responsive to the residents and gets their faces out there to the residents so they know who he or she is as out there, because it's important. There are 5 LMDs, and they have all their different needs, and like the mayor said, they're there, but one of the worst things to ever have, because eventually they do max out and they're not efficient. Chad knows in the city of Eastville how many LMDs you got to there, and they got 100 of them over there. They're crazy. They're nuts. fees charged for that. But yeah, just anyway, I'll go along with the LMD increase. But like I said, it's just one of those things. I want to see that person out there and getting out there and be frank. But again, the code enforcement, I think, and the new person in code enforcement should be until after you do your building official to see if that's a thing we do need or don't need. That's my comment. Thank you.
Robin?
In looking at the supplemental request, for me, it comes down to two things: customer service and employee retention. When we look at customer service, as council members were hearing about, takes too long to get stuff done. The city is not responsive, those types of things. If we have staffing at appropriate or more reasonable levels, I really do feel that those customer service complaints are going to drop significantly. I don't think in Norco they'll ever go away, but they will drop significantly. And then in terms of employee retention, and Ted just mentioned it a couple times, but even in listening to your discussion, I feel like there was contradictory statements. And the fact that some people work really hard and they're overworked, but then I don't know if we need to hire somebody. The fact is, when we look at Ingalls Park specifically, people are incredibly overworked, and we're going to add 21,000 square foot of building and all the events that come along with that. So it's just piling more work on folks that are already overworked. So I think those are the two things for me that I look at as I look at this list. I don't think any of the requests are unreasonable. And I also think as someone that has to present these kind of requests in my job, there's certainly some that you're like, I'm going to ask and see, whether I get told yes or no. And that's a prerogative of this group, is to say yes or no to the request. So I have that in the back of my head as well. Ask for the moon and see what you're going to get and where you're going to end up as well. And so I could say there's probably a couple of these items that might fall into those bigger asks. But at the end of the day, when we look at return on investment, where are we going to be if we make these investments? What are our returns? Residents that are happier with city staff and city council, residents that are able to meet their own needs, whether that's putting in a block wall at their home and not having to wait, an extended period of time to get those papers processed, questions answered. And then again, I think all of us have said at some point in time, we value our employees. So we say that. Are we showing them that by our actions and the decisions that we make up here as policymakers as well? So that's my 2 cents about that. And then the little thing I have in the back of my head is I feel like the last few years we've approved deficit budgets, some of them smaller, some of them larger, but it's always been a deficit budget. And then we come back and, I'll just say miracles happen every year in Norco, and we come back with a surplus in a various size. And so it always makes me nervous, potentially, making these type of expenditures, and none of us can predict the future and what's going to happen with the economy or any of those types of things. But for me, at the end of the day, it comes down to relationships and treating people, whether that's our residents, our staff, or employees, the way we would want to be treated and valued. And when we're making the right decisions, I really do feel like the other things kind of fall into place. So that's where I'm at with the supplemental requests.
I don't know how to quite approach this. To me, it's a little scary. We're looking at close to $1.5 million. With Kevin's concerns, we've been lean for so long, okay, that for the last 10 years it's always been just enough. We cut back on employees, we held a lot of things down, you know, and I'm just surprised that we've gotten through it. But I still have that little bit of fear that sticks in my mind because, you know, there's something around the corner that's going to bite all of us, and we just don't know what it is. But what I trust is, I trust our managers, and I certainly trust Andy, that none of these departments are going to make these requests without reviewing them first with Andy. And Andy, you're the one that's going to tell us, can we afford it? Can we afford this $1.4 million in supplemental? And I'm looking to you that you did your due diligence with each department head to say this is reasonable, it's not excessive. We need the help all the way around, and I think we can improve in customer relations. I know we're going to improve on facilities and parks, and that's a big chunk of it, that we made that commitment to split that department up. So I'm good with it. I'm a little
Since you asked me that question, there are plenty of things in the supplemental that I support, that I would agree with. I've looked at the request. Yes, you're right. I did discuss them with the department heads and gave them all my thoughts on them. Yes, we have money. We can afford it today.
Right.
That's all I can say. Whether we can afford them, once you have this cost built into the budget, whether we can afford them a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, I cannot make that promise. Okay. So with that, and a lot has been said about the reorganization. I take full responsibility for the reorganization, was my recommendation, and I stand behind it, and I think it's going to accomplish the purpose. I wasn't intending to replace one person with 10 people. Just make that, I think, wasn't my the plan there. I do trust the managers that they have looked at their organizations, and some of these needs are warranted. I do believe there are some we need to look at carefully to make sure that we are not doing too much too soon. I think the points that Catherine made is a valid point. I think she requested for, when we did the reorganization, to take a look at what we have done with staff. If you go back to 2008, that's 2009, I think the bottom was when we had 50 employees, which full-time employees, I'm gonna say is probably 2011, 2012. After the fire department was gone, the redevelopment agency was gone, we were struggling. We held on to that 50 employees up until 2015, 2016. We increased by 6. Between that 2015, 16 to 2019, 2020. We stayed at the 56. We moved up one in 2020, 2021, from 56 to 59. And we went to 71 last fiscal year from 59. Part of that was the reorganization, which added about 3. But we did a lot of additions as part of the supplemental budget request. The question, I don't know, again, the conversion of 32-hour employees to full-time employees, I think is something we need to do. I think it's something that should be done. There are a lot of other small items and programs that are being provided here that we need to add. Don't have any issues with that, and especially some of the part-time. But with respect to new full-time positions, I think we need to evaluate those carefully, in my opinion, and make sure we're not doing too much on that too quickly, given where we were, what we did last year. I think I have to be fair to my staff, and I get it. There is a lot here we can do to improve on their request, but again, I want to be cautious that we're not doing too much.
So an example would be, like I said, I'd support the cost for a building official. I think that certainly is justified. But could we take some smaller steps and maybe just increase, instead of the 2 days a week with Wildan, increase to 3 days a week, and see if maybe that satisfies the need? Or do we still have that need? I mean, is that kind of what you're thinking, Andy?
Yeah,
in a way, like,
if we take it individually, I think we had actually talked about that with the planning director about increasing the number of hours.
mm-hmm.
But looking at what we've talked about here today as regarding the need for, I think that's a position that I believe probably pays for itself if we do it right, with the extra relief that is going to be provided.
Right.
So I don't have, and it's a position that is required in any city. Okay, the building official is a
Correct.
designated position.
Right.
We have been able to do it for quite some time with part-time building official, but I really don't have any issue having a full-time building official, because I do think the value is there with respect to
mm-hmm.
improving customer service, in particular direct improvement to turnaround time. I had a very bad call last week from somebody who lectured me about our process and how it's not, at least for some of these plan checks, that is not providing the outcome that is for a small city. I think this position will go a long way probably addressing that need.
And there's always three sides to that story. Say on code enforcement, though, I think we absolutely do need another part-time code enforcement officer. I think just one to the magnitude and the paperwork and why things aren't getting to the attorney in time. You only have 2 people there that are covering 7 days a week.
I do think that one needs additional look, especially if we're going to get a building official. That is really, I think there is some validity about reviewing the process,
mm-hmm.
and making sure that it's working as efficiently as it could. Staffing is not always the
Okay. Where else should we look? And then we talk around the hot seat. I guess I'm looking at you now. So facilities, parks, I mean, facilities has the ad on the full-time employees. Do we need to take a closer look at that?
Mayor Newton, I just want to let you know too, we do have one speaker card for the operational budget. So before we wrap that up,
Thank you.
we do have one card.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
While Andy's research, we look at these 9 new full-time and part-time positions, and I would imagine that these people aren't going to come online
Tomorrow.
No, right, but you understand what I'm saying. So it took, I think even when Brian was last on, we talked about new positions. It took us almost 6 months to even put somebody in some of those positions that were going through. So I know that you got almost a $1.5 million increase. We may not see that because some of these positions are probably going to be filled until maybe January of next year. So I'm looking at it as we look at the amount of monies and where we are in the economy, if it tanks or not. And I'll just ask a question with Michelle and Amanda sitting even there in Lizette. You asked for these new positions. What do you think is your lead time to fill those positions?
Well, currently, even just filling our vacancy for our senior accountant, that's taking a couple months based on how the market is with employees right now. So I believe it's been vacant since the beginning of May. I mean, not May, March.
So you're looking at least, even you put this position out the 1st of July, you're looking at 3 to 4 months easy on recruitment and trying to fulfill it.
And that's a position that was already there, and
in your position, you can't even fill a position that's current. Okay, and I'll go over to Amanda, and you've asked for some more. I mean, are those?
I think the biggest thing for us would be, the superintendent position, getting someone on board to kind of spread the wealth of the projects and the job duties that we have, just the amount of work that we have. I would expect, hopefully, possibly end of the year or early next year.
So we're still about 6 months down the road.
Yeah.
Michelle, on yours?
Mine are easy. They're part-timers in there.
Part-timers, okay.
I don't have any.
Okay, but I'm just, all right, throw us down the bus. And what do you think about a building official, Alma?
It'd take anywhere from 3, I would say 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at what's out there, and you know this as well as I do for most of us sitting up here. It's hard to find people for these positions. And so I just threw that out there, and unless Andy, you got time to look at that.
So Ted, I think what that does with respect to the delay in filling the position is reduces this next fiscal year's cost.
Mm-hmm.
Once you approve a position and the position is hired, it becomes part of the budget on an ongoing basis. So I'm sure that is the only criteria that you have to look at in trying to determine whether you need to fill a position or not. It's not the length of time it takes to fill it.
But Andy, that also gives you some insight into the future. If, let's say, building official, it's going to take 6 months minimum to fill, that where will the economy be in 6 months? Will construction still be rolling along, or is it going to be slam shut? And then you can make that right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, I think it's going to take longer. Building officials are going to be tough to fill. Your position for a superintendent is going to be even harder for somebody that has and qualifications, and you're looking at a pay range of $140,000 or with benefits.
A question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. To clarify, so Amanda, out of the 3 positions that were requested from your department, which of these would be the most effective in assisting you? Would it be that superintendent? Is that what I'm hearing? Or which of those 3 would be, if we were not able to approve all of them, which of those would be the most useful at this point in time? Always that can change in the future.
The most useful for me would be having another superintendent. I would really, it would benefit both of our divisions so much by having another body in there to help facilitate, the maintenance needs, requests, budgeting, invoicing, capital improvement projects, and overall training and oversight of our employees.
Kevin, anything?
Yeah, I totally understand what, and I'm constantly, I go back and forth remembering what it was like. And I keep saying it's very easy to be on council right now. And it was not easy in the old days. And I just say, you know, the old saying, maybe I come too much from hunger. But there are some positions that I really do think are important. Parks and Rec, I think that in order to keep a good I mean, when you have a good person operating that gym, life is much easier for everybody and for the people using it. And we have had some, no offense to anybody, some of the best employees we've ever had, and we lose them because they can't live on part-time. So I think that position is really important. I think that the person that oversees the day-to-day operations, as I recall when I first got here, we had somebody that did this.
We actually had 3 supervisors
Right.
In recreation, and we are still only have 1.
And then in terms of Ingalls Park and facilities, but Ingalls Park in particular, you know, we keep talking about it's never going to be an economic driver directly. The economic driver is what it does to outside communities. So when the dog show comes to town, they stay in our hotels, they eat in our restaurants. When we have a movie that comes here, they close our bars. So I think that in some ways, for me, I'd like to, we keep talking about naming rights. I mean, I keep thinking the Purina Marino Arena. Say that 3 times real fast. But think about it. And Purina is actually interested in one of our buildings here, but we actually have no policy on how to name a building and how that fee will be set up. And what I'm hoping is the person you hire is going to have that expertise. Because I do think we're going to need to have a bridge from Patty to a world-class. It's difficult because we actually have a world-class arena, but it doesn't operate at a world-class level. I mean, how do you do it when you have 2 months that are scheduled right in the middle of the summer for local events? It makes it really tough to program. And so there's a part of me that thinks we need to really look at how do we want Ingalls Park to operate. There's still a commitment to the public that the local residents, that they get to use this arena. But at the same time, if we could recover 40 or 50% on that arena, those arenas, and then Ted, you made an excellent point. Why is it that we have an outfitted Clark Arena? We need to do that. We need to finish that park. And so you're proposing hiring somebody that will more speedily finish the park. So I think we need to think about what we're trying to get finished and how fast we want to do it and what we want to do with those things. Because it's not like the LA Equestrian Center, because the LA Equestrian Center never made a nickel, but it was really a professional venue. Ours is a hybrid between residents and professional. So what we've actually done is we've built this world-class facility, and we're still catering to 2 sides. How many employees are you proposing that would be touching that?
If you include the event coordinator, it would be 2.
No, I don't think that's so much myself.
It'd be the new full-time building maintenance superintendent, and then the full-time event coordinator.
Andy, do you see any of the employees on her end paying for themselves in some form or fashion? I mean, do you think that by recovering costs, because you know what, we always talk about making more. Ingalls Park has never made money, and it never will. It's a park.
And that should be made based on customer service and what the city council wants from the level of service that it wants to provide to the resident. I don't think there is much revenue that is going to increase as a result of adding new employees in the short term.
So maybe the way we do this is Michelle and Amanda get what they want. Lisette, you're out of luck.
AP has increased dramatically due to the approved CIP projects.
I'm teasing you. This is a... That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take it that Kevin's kidding, okay? If any department needs the help, and don't forget, cash is king. So you're the first line, okay?
I know last year we had a robust discussion, I think, along the same lines with some of these, and we brought back some of the positions later to look at mid-year budget or when we did the reorganization to see if the need was there still and if we wanted to add them. Hearing what I've heard from my perspective, you know, I was going to say fart time, combining full-time and part-time, wake you up out there, doing the part-time to the full-time conversions, the part-time employees, you know, the additional programs, those costs are very minimal, in adding a building official, in adding a superintendent, in adding the customer service, and then holding off. My perspective would be to hold off on those other two positions and come back and look at those later.
What are the two positions to hold off?
The event coordinator and I think it's facility maintenance, or is it park maintenance, because the superintendent is the facility maintenance?
Park maintenance.
The park maintenance and the event coordinator. Because I think also, to Kevin's point, I think there is a bigger discussion to be had about Ingalls. I think we throw around that term economic development. And I think if we really wanted to have it as a world-class facility, we'd have to even look at contracting out, you know, to have a real official events person. And I think if it is going to be a community asset and it's community first, which is great, then we kind of just having that conversation about how much are we going to put into it, how much are we getting in. I know we throw numbers around. This 1 year, we got 50% back. And it is for the community, and therefore, you know, with all of our Parks and Rec programs, you know, we subsidize those, right? They're at low cost for our community, and that's a service to our community. You know, but if we wanted it to be something more, I think there's a discussion to be had for how we would actually do that to make sure that it's done the right way. And if that's not what the will of the residents or the council is, then that's fine too. But I think that is a kind of a bigger discussion piece that we kind of volley around that hasn't necessarily been determined as a very straightforward direction what we want to do and where we want to go.
Yeah, because I think the new building is going to be packed. I think it's going to be packed. I think that thing's going to be booked out 365, and in fact, Robin won't be able to get in there at all. She's like, you watch.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Amanda, how many part-timers do you have at Ingalls right now?
I
know there's one.
5.
Current.
Sorry.
In your allocation.
Right now, for Ingalls, I have 4, and that's just the Nellie Weaver staff. Joseph is up there
Joseph's
with us.
part-time. His sister's part-time.
Yes, we have Sandra, Joseph, Danielle, and Denise.
Okay, and those basically are just at Nellie.
They're at Nellie, but we do use Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph goes
around
up there.
60 to 75% at Ingalls.
And so Rogers, he's full-time now, correct?
Yes.
So, but on your allocations, though, up there, you had 3 full-time and 1 part-time. Is that what you had? That's what you had originally, correct?
Correct, yes. We had 3 full-time and 1 part-time. We had an employee leave this last week, and so we moved our part-time person to full-time.
Okay, so are you going to continue with that part-time position?
We're going to need to. We will need to.
Instead of the full-time request that you had. Didn't you have a request for, you want to put another full-timer up there?
That was for a park maintenance worker, a full-time park maintenance worker to help Luis and Todd out in the parks.
Okay. And the reason I say that is because traditionally up there, we have had a hard time getting part-time people up there. Let's face it, that's 1,000 hours a year. And once they're that, they're gone. And it doesn't take them long to fill those 1,000 hours. And then you're stuck. You don't have anybody for the month of June because they're done by May or mid-May. So my question is that would it be better to drop that part-time position up there and make it a full-time? It's hard to find part-timers because most of them don't want to work the weekends, and that's what most of the work is. And so what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to get to the amount of people you need and to keep the facility going, because if we can, but none of that was your request on those.
No, I think, if we had 3 full-time employees that were fully trained, I think we would be able to make it right now. Also, using Joseph for part-time is helping us, so everything's running well. So I don't think that is a necessity right now.
Okay, all right. I'm looking at the whole picture because I'm up there quite a bit, and I see that when they go, oh, you have to go home. You only come in for 4 hours, and then you go home, and you just, okay. And then you have court workers up there going, oh, he goes home, I guess I go home. So you don't get anything out of the court workers. Just the thing,
I think that's why there's more of a need for oversight, to have someone up there to make sure that they're scheduling operations and keeping a better track of the employees at that location.
So the oversight person that's directing hours and things like that is more important than ever. Okay. Just trying to get the gist of why you need that person.
Yeah, being as efficient as possible up there, because there can be some downtime. There are court workers, and just making sure that they're prepping for events, they're prepping the arenas according to what the customer needs, and that we're being as efficient as possible with our court workers and with our own employees.
Okay.
But you have to keep a full-time eye on the court workers.
We do.
Also.
Yes.
And the same with Public Works. Yeah, you can't just turn them loose on a corner. So I have a problem with the event coordinator, Catherine, that I see how hard Patty works. I mean, I think this is a position that we're going to have to move into and fill. I mean, it's just...
Patty works 7 days a week.
I know. Yeah,
constantly.
It's just... I don't think it's fair at all. I mean, you want to promote this, you're going to have to hire somebody to learn it. Take some of the burden off Patty.
I think it's important to, just in my time here, trying to learn all these events and everything that she does. I mean, it really takes a year to train someone on all the various events, especially, Horse Week, Day of the Cowboy, the Norco Mounted Posse Rodeo. I mean, there's so many, there's so much logistics that go into it. And Patty's not only just booking things where, she has a free schedule. She's also, looking at the ABC license for alcohol, all the insurance for all the various performers, waivers for volunteers. So she's really getting into the meat on these events, and she really does it cradle to grave. I know you don't like that expression, but she's there from day one till when it's over. And these events, we're prepping days out for them, and we're cleaning up days out after. So it's not just a one-shot deal. It is very, it's an operation.
7 days a week, and she works 7 days a week.
She works 7 days a week. She goes up to the equestrian center to make sure her clients are happy. She is customer centric. She wants to make sure that the customers come back. She wants to make sure that we can give them the lowest price possible. So, we have more equestrian events, and she does a very good job. And she's a lady that works 24/7 up there.
Okay. Do we want to talk any more about supplementals, or can we move on? And how do you want to handle it, Andy? Yeah. Correct. Thanks, Colin.
Ready? It's Bill Naylor.
Evening, Bill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I really appreciate the comments and such that you've been making about the budget tonight that you're talking about. Just to make a couple of quick comments on your supplemental request. I agree with some of your comments about the possibility of holding off on turning some of these over to full-time. I think there are some that are very justified in doing it, and I think you might want to look at it. But some of the things that I was concerned about was like on the 32-hour employee that would switch over to a 36-hour employee for $4 extra hours a week. You're going to be paying them almost $40,000 more a year. That does not make a lot of sense. You could almost, and I really hate it to say, but you could almost just hire another part-time employee, another 32-hour employee, and it would really help you spread the work around a little bit. I think a lot of the part-time employees are probably not as paid as much as they should be, and you might want to consider that when you're budgeting stuff to bring that salary up so that they will want to come to work. The other thing I wanted to talk about was in your budgeting. I was not sure. I did not see or hear anything about at the council meeting here a couple of weeks ago. A little while ago anyway, you approved funding for bleachers to be rented for these special events. I did not see an increase of quite a bit of money in the budget for that, and I'm just wondering if it was there. Moving along, one of the things that I did not see or hear that I'd like to see you maybe consider budgeting for is a homeless camp cleanup, and maybe on an ongoing basis. So when the sheriffs do go down and clean out the homeless camps, and I've talked to them, and they said that we go in and clean it out, or we go in and get the people, arrest them or whatever, but we don't have the people to come in behind us and clean the camps out. So that's something you really need to consider. Another item that I would like to comment on is over the last several years, and Robin and some of them have helped me, we have gotten volunteers to go out and fix the trail fencing caps, the new fencing, and over the last several years we've replaced over 200 of those caps that have been broken, and we've replaced them. I would like to thank staff for getting those for me, but for the last 6 months I've been asking for caps and I haven't even been able to get those. But at least I see that your budgeting for fence repair has increased from the $25,000 several years ago up now to about $100,000. Maybe I'll get some caps to continue with that. And then again, the other thing is some of these supplemental requests and such would have been nice to have been presented to some of the commissioners or commissions that we have, so that you could have had feedback from the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
I have no further speaker cards.
Do we want to continue on supplemental or move into CIP?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Nader brought out a good point, and Michelle, is the possibility of the bleachers, is that in our CIP for parks, or was that not included?
That's through the American Rescue Plan.
For next year? The rental?
One is in this year, and
okay, so it's in the...
because it's when the events occur.
Okay, but we did talk about renting bleachers up for the 2000 and for the end of for 2023 all the way into that.
Yeah.
So that's in the...
It's part of the miscellaneous grants for the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Anything further on supplemental?
Yeah, we need to, I think the council also indicated that they like to add certain things to the budget. So might as well address that, and then I think we need to button down.
Kevin, you wanted to spend more money?
Yeah, I just had, and they're really, really simple things, actually.
Okay, no problem.
I think I mentioned close, maybe. I mentioned that next year's the 100th anniversary. I think I'd like to include something. I'm thinking maybe May 13th, 2023 is actually the 100th anniversary. It's on a Saturday. We could have a picnic. do something like that, have fun. And then the other thing, I was thinking that maybe, in keeping with the memorial, next year, we'd pretty much be able to fill all the slots. Next year, we go ahead and spring for banners for everybody who's on the wall and do that once. I think that might be cool. 100th anniversary. Those are the people we've lost over the last 100 years. And I think that we just need to maybe budget some money for that. I don't think maybe $25,000 I think would cover the whole thing, and make it a city event, do it at the community center, and have a big picnic. The other thing, but I'll bring that up at the end. The other thing too is I really do think that we need to somehow look at code enforcement. One of the things that right now it's sort of if it's not reported, you ignore it. But there's some streets where that's not working, and one of them is 6th Street. 6th Street looks terrible in some ways. Other ways it looks absolutely stunning compared to what it used to look like. But there's just some things that the code enforcement's been going on. There's one property that, for like years it's been going on. And I think that maybe what we need to look at is we need to not just look at another code enforcement officer, but beefing up the ability to enforce. The big issue is Colin. He's one guy, or John, and doing code enforcement, they can work on one case at a time, but it's like it gets bogged down afterwards. And so I just think we need to look at that, and I think we need to put some money towards that. Those are really the only two things that I had in mind. That's all I have.
Well, on code enforcement, I think that's part of the process that Andy was talking about. Did staff wish to address the council members' comments?
So regarding the 100th anniversary, we've had preliminary discussions about scheduling the State of the City address around that same day. There's a line item for a State of the City address already in Division 707, and then that event is also supplemented by sponsorships. Do you like that idea, or would you want a completely separate event?
Anything we can do, I think, can be fun. That would be fun for the mayor, or whoever. That should be Robin.
It'd be a different kind of State of the City address, but that would be more the theme of it.
It'd be kind of cool in a way if it was do your State of the City. I don't know, you always see in the movies where they have in the middle of the festivities, you've got the political speech going on. It might be fun. It might be fun. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Be a throwback. Oh yeah, let's go to the 1950s. You got the clothes.
I still have the narrow ties.
I think there's a whole bunch of things we could do. I really like the banner idea. I think that would be really cool.
I guess we're going to have a 99th birthday celebration too then, huh? Catherine? Robin? Ted? I think we're starting to lose it, Andy. Can we move into come back to this? There's no other requests? Yeah.
You're going to make Andy go nuts.
Yeah.
There.
I guess that's the only additional supplemental that we have. It wasn't a question. You asked if council members had some additional supplementals. That was Kevin. I don't believe there are any additional.
No, I think that stuff we can work out.
Okay.
And then, Andy, are we taking a motion to finish up the supplemental on what the final at this time? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do you care if I make a motion just to see? It'll be easy.
can
It's
always
not going to
make a
be an
motion.
all. Okay, I move to change all of the or move to approve all transitions of part-time employees to full-time employees that are in the supplemental requests.
Second.
Okay, Dana, we have a motion and a second. And this is to move all part-time to full-time.
That are in the supplemental.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the supplemental requests from Communications and Community Services Recreation.
Second.
Okay. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Supplemental requests from Communications and Community Services Recreation.
And under discussion on that, the cost for the part-time communications specialists would increase, since that was based on $20 an hour, that we should go to $25.
Would you like
an
to
hour.
amend my motion?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
At the 20 to 25 dollars. Okay. So I have Catherine and
So it'd be
Robin.
just a slight increase in that.
I'll second the amended motion.
Please vote.
I didn't vote no.
Okay, I could redo it.
I just
Here, let me.
It was doing all kinds of weird things. I was
Okay.
pushing buttons.
Here you go. I rescind the votes. Please vote.
Ah, come on.
Councilmember Bash, would you hit yours again? Thank you. Motion passes unanimous. Give me 1 second.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the supplemental request for a building official and an event coordinator.
Okay, so here we go. And Kevin.
We're out of money now, so Lisette is out of luck.
Please vote. I don't know why it's not. Are you guys getting the vote thing? Okay.
Motion to approve Lisette's asks.
Wait just a second. It's just not. They weren't recording. I'm sorry. Councilmember Hoffman? Yes. I think 'cause I have so many motions on this. Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Gromeyer?
Yes.
Sorry. Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Okay, there it goes. Move to approve building official and event coordinator. Okay. I think I'm just adding so many motions to this one item. Oops.
Motion again to approve Lisette's asks.
Supplemental. Okay, I think I'm going to have the same problem. So. And I've got Kevin and Ted. Okay. Councilmember Hoffman? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Oh, they're showing. Okay. They did? Mayor Newton?
Yes?
Okay. Motion passes unanimous.
And then motion to pass housing contractual services.
That's Kevin. And that's Robin. Okay. Why isn't it showing now? Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hoffman? Yeah, I know. It's something snooze. Oh, there it goes. No. And then Mayor Newton? There we go. It's just delayed.
Did we do code enforcement with?
Motion passes.
So who's left?
We've got all part-time to full-time employees. The community service, supplemental communication and community services recreation, adding the $20 to $25 to housing contractual services. And building official. I'm just kind of.
The mobile
Yeah,
recreation
the building
program?
official and event coordinator and the finance supplemental.
Trucks. Since we've approved, but we need to. Do we need those trucks, Andy? What do you think? Just.
Just curious on those vehicles. The van won't take up much room over here. 3 vehicles? Is that are they all going to be?
At the facilities, yeah. Well, they'll be at Ingalls, and then they'll be at the facilities and maintenance yard.
I understand the need for new vehicles with employees. Can we look through our current fleet that's up there and see what we can get rid of? Just, I'm not telling you to get rid of them. Just look through there and have Todd or those guys look and see what. There's a Suburban sitting back there. There's the old Citizens of Patrol vehicle sits back there. I mean, just have them look. This the old, even the stake bed that's, you can't even start it half the time. Just have them take a look and see what we really need up there. Okay, that's all I'm asking.
I'm going to make a motion, the new full-time building maintenance superintendent.
I'll second that.
Greg? With the
That's
truck?
coming. That's coming.
With the truck? Oh, next? Okay. Please vote.
Well,
Added
I
to-
wanted to do it one at a time. It's my motion, Mr. City Manager.
You're killing me, Smalls.
All right.
Okay. Motion passes with Councilmember Alleman voting no.
Now, I make a motion for the new truck, $43,825.
How many trucks, Kevin? There's
No, it's the
733. There's 737.
737. Oh, that goes with the superintendent. 737. Not hearing a second.
I think they should share.
All right, so you just got a second. There you go.
They can have the old solar-powered van golf cart that died on Monday. That had to be towed.
We got those on a grant, didn't we?
Yeah, they were on that AQ.
Yeah.
They go through batteries.
Batteries, throw them in the river.
Hey,
Thinking about it.
Motion passes with Councilmember Alleman voting no.
Are we done? Patty's
You want anything, Justin? We're going through this. All right.
What's left?
What's the next?
I'm not making any more motions.
So
We
you
have
got
them all?
both your trucks for 733 and 737? So you only got, which truck did you got?
37.
737.
Supervisor. Superintendent.
Yes,
So
super.
the 733 for the park maintenance
That
worker
hasn't
did
been
not
vo-
get one.
Yeah, that hasn't been voted on yet.
Oh, we didn't approve that worker, okay. I'm just going through all the requests.
So we haven't done LMD inspector?
Just change
Or
all
that-
those.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
now
you
we
did.
changed it.
Or-
That changed automatically, right?
Yep.
Event coordinator.
So the truck for 733 in the park.
Have them all.
Haven't voted on it.
We didn't do we did not do the extra code enforcement officer. I think that should be done after the building official.
I'm missing the park maintenance.
Okay.
They have a motion.
I just want to say, is that all that's missing?
Code enforcement?
All of Michelle's have got approved.
I thought that was.
What about that code enforcement? Was that approved? Code enforcement?
didn't do that.
That was,
Yeah,
we were
code
gonna let the
enforcement
building
hasn't been
officials see how efficient they were.
Okay, so we haven't done code enforcement yet?
Now on the floor. Another. 733 truck and the park maintenance.
I'm going to make a motion for a new part-time code enforcement officer. Hearing no second. You don't have to. I don't wanna guilt you into
Under
it.
discussion.
I mean, but yeah. Okay. What that dies. Which one was the event coordinator? Pass that.
The maintenance worker and the truck. But did you say there's a Suburban out there or a golf cart? What's wrong with that, Amanda?
I'm gonna leave them stranded somewhere.
Never stranded Hank.
I'm going to make. I'm going to make a motion for a new full-time park maintenance worker. We have a motion and a second.
Vehicles, we can't if we amend that, so we have to.
Wait. We have a motion and a second for a new full
Maintenance worker.
park maintenance worker.
Please vote.
You're the deciding vote, Robin. Yeah. That's why you get the
Just
big
so
money.
you know, I'd like to revisit this in a couple of months.
Motion fails.
Okay. Think we've touched them all? Okay. Okay, let's move into the capital improvement program.
Yeah.
You have 7 minutes to present it all. Dana told me it was 9, so I'm splitting the difference.
It's only 150. So.
Chad, do you have this? Or Andy? Yeah.
Portrait and one landscape. I was confused.
So I'm going to do a quick overview, especially on the revenue part of the CIP. And the various department heads will go over the individual projects by fund. So here's sort of a quick budget summary for the capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. As usual, we've listed the various funds that we use to budget for capital projects. And we have also, next column there is the estimated fund balance as of July 1, 2022. This is money we have in the bank that are available to be expended towards capital projects. The next column there, FY 2022-2023, is the estimated revenues and transfers. This is what we are expecting to collect during the fiscal year. We will go over the projects that are driving those revenue estimates, and therefore these revenue estimates are very, very tentative, and most of it is dependent upon projects that we expect to come during the year. And then we have the next column there, FY 2022-2023 estimated expenditures totaling $51 million. In a perfect world, we would be spending $51 million in capital projects next year. That is obviously very aggressive. I thought last year's was aggressive. This one is even more aggressive than what we had this current fiscal year. But it does show a lot of projects that we are going to be working on. And then if the revenues come in and expenditures are made as planned, we'll end up with still $30 million in the bank by the end of the fiscal year. So in terms of the projects that are driving the revenues that we have estimated, a single family residential units, I think Alma is just a plug-in number there of 2 units. I don't know how many units we've done every fiscal year, but there is a 2-unit there that we estimate that will come in. Multi-family residential units, these are essentially 2 projects, one on 3rd and Hamner and 2nd and River Road. Then we have accessory dwelling units. Those are subject to impact fees as well. We estimate about 10 units. I suspect that is a reasonable number based on what we are seeing. There are some commercial projects Hamner Corridor, that is the east side between 5th Street and 6th Street, that are coming on. Those we are fairly certain that those projects will be done. Hamner Corridor west side between 2nd Street and 3rd Street, another commercial project that will be done. We'll take a look at those. And 6th Street Corridor north side between I-15 and Corona Avenue, there is a vacant parcel there that we expect will be developed during the fiscal year. And phase 2 of Norco Village, that we are fairly certain that one is going to happen. And then phase 2 of the Palomino Business Park, south of 2nd, west of Hamner Avenue, we are also fairly certain that project is going to take out permits during the fiscal year. With those projects, we do calculate then the revenues that are going to be generated by fund, and we show them where those revenues are coming, commercial, residential projects, commercial projects, and industrial projects. And the calculation is done there by each fund. Same here. Those are really the calculation of revenues. And this red looks like fire. That's a good one. So fire projects, I don't know what we have here. Amanda, that's yours.
Good evening. For the fire projects, for this fiscal year, we have $135,157 estimated for CIP projects. The first project here is the fire station flooring project. This is at Fire Station 47. This project went out to bid this fiscal year, and we are currently in the beginning stages of the project. Today, the fire department actually picked the type of flooring for the project. This project should be completed in the amount of $192,157. The next project is the ingress-egress driveway approach at Fire Station 47. This is on 6th Street. This project will remove and replace the existing trail material and will replace the driveway approach over trail with a stamped asphalt application. The CIP project is in the amount of $15,000, and this is a carryover project from last fiscal year. The next project is Station 47 equipment covers. This project is for a cover over the 2 trailers there seen in the picture at the fire station. The estimated CIP project cost is $8,000, and this is also a carryover from last fiscal year. Do you have any questions about these fire projects?
Oh man, they're going to get done right this year.
Oh yeah.
That cover on that thing, we did approve that last year.
It was approved, yes. We can, that's a fairly small project. I don't foresee any issues with getting that done. The flooring project is underway right now, and the driveway approach project should be a fairly simple RFP that goes out.
They always ask because the exposure of the sun is what's deteriorating those trailers out there. So I just like to make sure that gets done. They've been out in the sun way too long.
Understood.
Thank you.
Here we have the General Government Fund 140. This year we have 3 projects in this fund for a total of $209,000. The first project we have here is the city entrance landscaping project on River Road. This project will improve the corner of River Road and Corridon Avenue by adding landscape and sound delineation with trees. The estimated project cost is $80,000. The next project is the City Hall Sheriff Substation improvements. This project is a carryover project in the amount of $39,000. The carryover portion of this project was for the doors for the frontage of City Hall. We never got to that portion of the project. The remainder has been finished. What we are looking towards is carrying this over into the next year. When we do the improvements to the front lobby, then we will use these funds for those new front doors. The next project is the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco Monument. This is a CIP project in the amount of $100,000. This last year we had Baxter Miller conduct the design of the project and so we actually just got those the design in last week. We're reviewing those, and we're going to see if there's any other ADA elements needed for that project. And this is also a carryover from last year. Do you have any questions about any of these projects? Good. Okay. Measure R. Andy, do you want to give an overview of this, or should I just?
Currently for the next fiscal year, a budget for projection for Measure R revenues is at $7.8 million. Plus interest for a total of $7.9 million. As for the operating and maintenance part of Measure R, we are budgeting professional services and stipends, as well as the trail system maintenance. The total for those operating and maintenance is $578,400. I'll pass it over for the carryover projects individually. Just to give an insight, the Measure R committee did approve these projects, did review and approve them to bring them forward for council approval at their last meeting. And the total expected uses for the next fiscal year is $16.8 million. That would leave an available fund balance at the end of next fiscal year about $4 million. And with that, oops, sorry. Sorry, did I move it?
You're good.
Is that it?
The first project I have for you tonight for the carryover for the Measure R funded projects is the Merino Arena Sound. This is a carryover project from 2020 in the amount of $130,000. The next project we have here is a carryover in the amount of $408,710. This is for the Nellie Weaver Hall improvements, which is we are in design for this project, and it should be completed this upcoming fiscal year. This is for the construction of the front parking lot, including drainage and NPDS requirements. The next project is the pole barn. The total project carryover amount is $3,227,284. This project is currently in design. We are waiting for the electrical engineer and the fire sprinkler designer to complete the design. Then we will start construction. The next project is the citywide park enhancements in the amount of $504,240. This is a carryover project. This is to revitalize parks, particularly those that have been recently funded for installation of new playground equipment, including, this would also include amenities like barbecue area, shade covers, shelters, faucet tables, signage, athletic courts, and arena renovations. This is a phase-in, multi-year approach. The next project is the citywide urban forest tree planting program. This is a carryover project in the amount of $49,843. This project corresponds with the city's CAL FIRE Urban Forest Grant. Oh yeah. Oh, was that mine? Is that yours?
That's okay. You did great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was mine.
I want you to have more work. Yeah, that's right. I like my competition. Okay, so the next project that's a carryover is our Hillside Avenue pavement project between 1st Street and 2nd Street. That project actually started. It's in construction. It will probably carry over into the first couple weeks into July. We do have some relocations that have to be done by Western Municipal Water District, but we do anticipate they've kind of moved that project up, so it started earlier than we thought. So, but we do expect it to carry over into the next fiscal year, but should be done shortly within the new fiscal year. The next carryover project is 3rd Street pavement project. That one is at an 85% design. Should have that completed and designed hopefully by July, if not end of June, so we can get started and put that out for bid in the first quarter of the new fiscal year. And then the last one that's carryover is Valley View Avenue pavement project. This has actually been a carryover for a couple of years, unfortunately, because it's tied to the storm drain project that we're building along that same alignment between 3rd Street and 4th Street on Valley View. That is at 100%. We should have the plans going out for bid hopefully in probably the mid portion of June, so we can finally get that one started. It definitely should be done and constructed by the end of June next year. It's a pretty big project because we're going to be doing the storm drain and we're going to be paving the roadway. So that's going to be a major improvement through that section once it's done, and we'll be able to take care and control the flooding that's currently occurring in that section of roadway.
Chad, how much is the storm drain portion of that project on Valley View?
That one is, let me look in here real quick. That one is estimated at another about 1.1 million at this time. In addition to
in 2019.
It's been updated based off some of our costs and the way we've designed it. So I think these will hopefully be still consistent when bids come in. But regardless, the flood control is committed to funding whatever the bid price is.
So you really think we're going to start this July?
Well, we won't start in July, but we will certainly try to get it out to bid and get bids back hopefully in July, so we can bring it to council within that first quarter and get rolling. You know, hopefully, like I said, it's just a matter of the process, but at least the plans are finally done, which we've been battling, getting it through Caltrans and others because we're impacting their facilities, so we got hung up for a while, but we're there finally.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yeah, Ted.
Amanda, on the sound system, Marinova, we're not waiting for the Wi-Fi guys anymore, are we? We're just going to get this thing done, a sound system in there?
Right now, what we do need the sound system to for Merino Arena to connect to the current sound system at Clark. We are looking at ways, if it's radio signals, to connect the two in the event of an emergency where we need to broadcast something to the entire equestrian center, or during a rodeo or something, just to get the word out. We do want them to connect. There's possible other ways, but no, we are moving forward with replacing that sound system and seeing what alternatives these bidders come up with in order to achieve what we want for that system.
I understand. We approved this in 2020. Now we're in 2022. We're looking at 2023. 6 months. It needs to get done.
Understood.
Thank you.
Amanda, I have a question for you back on the pole barns, or the barn. Your comment was that you're still waiting on electrical drawings and fire protection.
Fire protection, they said it was last week, they gave me an update that the fire sprinkler plans were going to be about another 2 weeks, and then we should get our first submittal of drawings for that project, in which they're going to go to the building department and us for review. It took a little bit longer. Jim Corns was on vacation, and so we had some delays with getting.
I just wanted a clarification, because you said we're waiting on electrical and fire, and then once we get those, we'll start construction.
Oh,
not.
oh yeah. Start submittal process.
We'll start submittals. Yeah. Okay. But I like your attitude better than Chad's, so thank you.
No problem. And there was one more project that's a carryover. That's the Santa Ana River Trail project and assessments that Amanda is going to be working on to take over that project from Brian. If I'm correct, we've actually met out in the field, discussed that project, got up to date what we're doing there, and I think the goal is to try to work with JCSD to try to develop a plan of how we can make those improvements coordinated and get done prior to the bridge getting finished, because we want to get it in place, ready to go, and not wait till after the bridge, which is not until 2023 before it's ever going to get finished. So our goal is to try to get that legwork done, to work with JCSD on that process to get some of those ADA improvements done and that access there. Did I cover that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
This next group is existing projects that need additional funding, and Amanda jumps off first.
Okay, the first project is the City Hall Sheriff Substation improvements. This project is in the amount of $500,000. It is a carryover and it has new funding. The project will upgrade security throughout City Hall. Modifications provide for design and reconstruction of counter space for ingress and egress of administration, finance, and a cashier in the front, planning, engineering, and community services, facilities, and maintenance department areas. So it's basically a security upgrade of all of those, and this includes the front lobby of City Hall, ensuring that our staff in the front counter is protected, and we do have security doors where people cannot just enter in to staff's office areas. The next project is the citywide ADA improvement project. This is a carryover and new funding for this year. This project will work on ADA improvements to Wayne Macon and also the senior center. We are looking at having a sidewalk project to replace the sidewalk in those facilities to reduce trip and falls. The next project is the citywide facility painting project and treatment. The amount this is a carryover and a new funding request in the amount of $100,000. This is for the painting of Fire Station 47, the Scout House, City Yard, and the Animal Control Center. The next project is a carryover with a request for new funding in the amount of $250,000. This is for the citywide flooring project, which includes the Senior Center, Scout House, and Nellie Weaver Hall. The next project is a carryover with an ask for additional funds in the amount of $150,000. This project will complete the parking lot reconstruction at Parmenter Park, Animal Control, and Wayne Macon. Oh, excuse me. The project will complete the parking lot reconstruction at Parmenter Park. This past year, Animal Control, Wayne Macon were completed. The next project is the citywide smart controller irrigation project in the amount of $420,000. This was a carryover and an ask for additional funds for the total. This project will include the purchase and modernization and centralized citywide smart irrigation controller system, which is cloud-based and can be operated through the internet. So if it is raining, Todd has the ability to turn off irrigation and a variety of other smart aspects to reduce water waste.
Question on that. What do you believe are the projected savings on water costs with this smart system?
I know that we did. Really, Todd he has gone to all of the demos for these. He's looked at Hunter, Eritreol, and then Rainbird. He's talked to all of them. They do have statistics on that. They do have that data, especially with the backflow. I honestly, I'm not versed in it well enough to really give you an answer, but I can definitely provide you something on that.
Get us the information on that. I'm familiar with the system, so it should save us a bunch of water cost.
What I can say is that can be true. It depends on your distribution system. If your distribution system is set up properly, so you have proper coverage, then you can manage it with the controller because it knows how to spread the water appropriately. But if your coverage and your distribution system is very poor, you're going to see a lot of browning in areas you didn't expect, and then you're going to overwater again to cover those areas. So it is a balancing act of, if your distribution system is appropriate, then you can definitely use your controller to really tune in your savings.
Money's in this for just correcting distribution if required?
I don't know if that was the intent. I think it was just more to have more ability to control the system citywide when they want to turn things on or off. And there's a ability to have save, because you've saved water for those days because it's raining, etc., and doesn't turn on. But I just wanted to clarify, as far as generically, your savings is also tied to how your system is set up. So I didn't want to. It's a tough thing to match because you don't know how well your irrigation system is set up at your locations, but you definitely have savings on principle if you can simply turn off all your locations because it's raining or it's just a cool day. You didn't need to, a lot of moisture, you don't need to really irrigate. Those obviously days you'll have a savings there, but it'd be tough to quantify.
And who'll be in charge of this system? Who will be in charge?
Todd and the park maintenance worker that we have currently.
Thank you.
So the next project is the 2nd Street pavement project. That is a carryover. It's combined with the storm drain project that's going to be installed between Hillside Avenue all the way down to Corona. It's meant to capture a lot of the water that's impacting Temescal Avenue. Water kind of hits down Hillside and heads towards the high school and really creates a lot of flooding. Part of that project is to really do a lot of curb and guttering to help control the water, keep it in the streets, and get it down towards Corona. So that's based off the current pricing and the level of work that we're going to be doing of improvements. We've had to increase that, especially after what we saw the costs were on Hillside when we originally did that project, 56. So we've increased that cost of a little bit by about $200,000. The next one is Shadow Canyon Circle. That one it has been complete as far as design. We've been waiting for the 2 projects on Shadow Canyon to get done. The sewer's been completed. The water project is more than 50% done. They should be done, completed by, if not the middle of June, by the end of June. We're planning to go out to bid in June so we can quickly get back in there and repave the street. But we did, again, anticipating higher costs for asphalt. We did increase that allocation that we're requesting a little bit more just to cover ourselves. But definitely that project should be done well within the first 6 months, if not, the first quarter of the fiscal year. That's our goal, is to really get back in there, clean up that street. Those residents have been very, very patient over the last year to get everything done.
Chad, on that, that won't affect, or will we be affected by the Army Corps of Engineers project down there by it?
No, because they're not allowed to use that area as any type of access.
Okay, so
they're doing improvements at the end for the ramp, but that's being done through the core project.
Okay, so we're not overlapping or tearing something up we don't need to.
Correct.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to new proposed Measure Our projects. Linda?
Thank you. The first project on here is the City Hall Remodel Efficiency Assessment. This is a new project in the amount of $100,000. This project will assess the efficiency and evaluate the best uses of the City Hall facility for appropriate offices, storage areas, and bathrooms. The project will also include a balance assessment of the City Hall HVAC ducting.
With the new HVA system, I'm 100% positive that include balancing the system, and that quote that's been, or that work that's been dragging on forever. Why would we be paying to have the system balanced when it should have been in the contract?
I asked that same question because you did bring that up prior, and it was not part of the project for the HVAC system. They did not include it. It is not in their bid.
Was it in our documents?
Not that I'm
Look it
aware
up.
of. No, it wasn't part of the project.
And we researched all of that?
Staff has, that's what staff has told me, that it was not part of the project at all. I can go back and take a look at it, but it's.
I wish you would, because I was guaranteed that the balancing was included.
We do have problems, especially in Dana's office and a couple other offices where the airflow is just not there.
Oh,
So
I know
it's definitely
the problem,
needed.
and that's why he's no longer here, but I was promised that the balancing of the entire system was included in that bid.
Okay. Yeah, to my knowledge, it hasn't been. I've raised that question with staff, and they said that no, it was not included. And we, we're almost complete with that project. The smoke detectors have been installed, and also the additional conduit for the wiring of those smoke detectors has been installed.
I'd appreciate it if you looked at the contract. Okay. Thank you.
I have another question. So the project's going to assess the efficiency and evaluate the best uses of the City Hall facility for offices, storage areas, and bathrooms. It's just looking at how we can best use the space. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you're correct. Some offices are a lot larger than others. We have space where we have cubicle areas, and we want to see how we can best evaluate the entire city hall and make it the most efficient for all the different departments and different divisions, and if we do have enough space for all of our employees and our storage needs as well.
Okay.
Are you looking at that because of, aren't we buying like new flooring and new partitions, and it's like we got that.
I mean, I see that there's some need here, right? We have some we have some empty cubicles, right? And we have like boxes in various areas. The thing that kind of got me was the sticker. I kind of to pay, and I understand the HVAC balancing, right? That needs to be done. That's obviously an issue. But it's kind of like an interior designer almost coming to tell us how to best put things. I mean, definitely we need assistance in that area, but the sticker price was a little, I just wanted to make sure I understood what was in here. Is there a need for our office to be better laid out? Absolutely. Did we get multiple bids on that? Is that the going rate for what that costs?
It's an estimate for the architect on how much that would be. I know you brought up Public Works, their project that's coming up this fiscal year, right, for new cubicles. That is not in it is taking into consideration what they're doing, but it is the remainder of City Hall and how we can best utilize the area that we have.
Seems to me we're buying furniture before we have a design.
That was really in, the works before this project came up. This could be something that we add on as a phase 2 to that to see how their project went.
I know Andy's going to look at me and I see no ceiling tiles in this bid at all. So I think we should look at this a little closer.
Okay. Oh, the efficiency assessment. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Yours was designed by a person? Okay, the next project is we have the Marino Arena emergency bleacher lights in the amount of $100,000. This project will upgrade emergency bleacher lighting in Marino Arena, including the steps going up to the bleachers to the seating area, as well as ramps and sidewalks leading to the public walkway.
The on that's just from improving the LASCO system that's in there, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's improving and really just assessing what we have, if we can improve it or if we need to put in a newer system to ensure that this is reliable for our needs.
Nothing with changing those 20-year-old lights out into LEDs to make it more efficient.
Not at this time. I think that is going to be a phased approach into next year to replace the lighting in Marino Arena.
Okay. All right. So we're not going to go back into the switch and the trip switch. We're just going to look at the boxes that are there to see if they're efficient. Right.
Well, no, this is going to actually, we know that they're unreliable. We know the bleacher lighting is unreliable. We are going to be making improvements to that system to ensure that they are usable for our events.
Okay. That's right. But nothing with LED on this thing. Okay.
The bleacher lighting should be LED. All new lighting would be LED. The emergency lighting, yeah. We're going to try to keep the same system, but any new lighting would be LED. The next project is the Facilities and Maintenance Office. This is in the amount of $300,000. This project will dispose and replace of the facility and maintenance trailer at the Norco corporate yard. The Facilities and Maintenance trailer has been utilized for 20 plus years, and it is in disrepair with several leaks that have caused water to enter the office area. The trailer has met its useful life expectancy.
So we're going to replace it with what?
We're going to look at another trailer office area. That's our first attempt to see if we can replace it with something newer. Office areas for our building maintenance staff and also park maintenance staff, along with Todd and Ron's areas.
So we're looking at replacing another trailer.
Correct.
Not a.
If we can get a possible metal building that works well for us, that's within this budgeted amount, we will look at other options, but our first look is for another trailer.
Okay, thank you.
The next project is the pole barn IT infrastructure project in the amount of $200,000. This project will provide for the professional installation of fiber communication line, Wi-Fi network, projectors, visual screens, sound equipment, cabling, phone lines, jacks connections for conference use, and security equipment for the new pole barn facility. Any questions on that one? The next project is the Neil Snipes Park Master Plan in the amount of $50,000. This project will develop a master plan for Neil Snipes Park and will establish the vision for future park improvements and amenities.
Do you want our feedback, Andy, when things come up, or at the end of each sort of funding section, or at the end? As we go, okay. Perfect. So on this one, we did get a public comment from a resident asking about a skate park. And a year ago when we went through our CIP, we asked staff to look into a splash pad, and it came back with various plans, different sizes of splash pads and how much money those would cost. And so what we came to at the end of that discussion was, well, let's get a master plan going for Neil Snipes. It hasn't been updated in a long time before we just plunk a splash pad in the middle of a park. What's kind of the vision for what we would want to do there? And then that kind of fell off. It's coming back now in the CIP, which I'm glad to see. We do have money budgeted also, the $500,000 for various citywide park enhancements, as well as this master plan. And I just want to continue to advocate for, I've heard Parks and Rec staff talk about a pump track, which is for BMX. We don't have a skate park. We don't have an area like that for teenagers in the city. We don't have a splash pad either, but we have a number of parks. But those are often utilized by younger folks, especially given, what's been happening around our country. Really want to look at making sure we have outlets, positive outlets for especially our teenagers. And so just want to point out that we did receive a public comment from a resident about that, and I'd really like us to look at where one of those could go, and whether there's going to be a splash pad here, but making sure that we're looking at all ages. Our parks are for everybody when we get to this, and I hope that this can get done sooner rather than later, as now that splash pad discussion is a year out.
Next project is a security system upgrade. This is in the amount of $60,000. This project will upgrade analog security panels at Nellie Weaver Hall, Animal Shelter, Scout House, Community Center, and City Hall. This project will also install video cameras and additional security measures in the Finance Department.
I skipped ahead, apologies.
No, I skipped this one and I went back.
Looked at my pack, I thought, okay.
Okay. The final project that I have for you tonight is the Wayne Macon LED lighting upgrade in the amount of $2.5 million. This project will replace all sports field and security lighting with energy efficient LED sports lights at Wayne Macon Cheer Sports Complex. The upgrade is anticipated to provide up to a 10% cost savings for energy efficiency. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to break here? Would you like to break here?
City Council staff communications. Does city staff have anything they'd like to report?
Mr. Mayor, just two comments
Yes, sir.
on two projects. The Park Ridge paving project over to Dales, the paving's been completed. They still have to do some striping, but that was a widening project. It looks really nice. The residents have given very positive feedback about that. So if you get a chance to drive through there, it looks really good. Still have some striping to do, but it looks much better than it did before. And then in Hillside Avenue, we have finished installing all the trees. We ended up installing about 13 more trees than we intended. So we got more trees in. It looks a world of difference in there. So if you get a chance to see that, drive by there. Again, welcome your comments. We've gotten a lot of good positive feedback from the residents, really appreciating the trees and wondering what they are, and they were glad to hear there's irrigation. So those are two positive things that have gone on this past week, and they're completed. So if you get a chance to look at them, that'd be great.
Thank you, Chad. Colin? Thank you. Andy? Ted? Robin?
Yeah, just for it.
Catherine?
Chad, those trees, Chad, that you had, and you have this for the Parkway for our forest, the area that runs up on this, between Crestview, below that goes into LMD4, that whole hillside. Is that a place for trees? Is that approved for the grant?
If it's anywhere in the public right away where public has access to it, then technically yes.
I'm just thinking of it as a place for trees as a future, as the park develops, to keep the noise from going up one into the hills up there and two, as the trees develop, to provide more privacy for the park users. They're just trying to create a buffer. If you could look at that hillside, there's water there. LMD4 pays for the water anyway.
Okay.
So just take a look at it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Robin, Catherine.
Can we look at some additional enforcement for the golf carts in the horse trails? Been hearing a lot from residents. I've seen it happening. I know we've done communication. I don't know if we need to do further communication or outreach to continue to educate our residents. But I keep hearing from residents, and as I've been at the park and seen the teenagers, it might be time to move to the next step of writing some tickets so folks understand that they can't be in the trails with the golf carts.
It's a teen activity. Sorry.
It's not a safe or approved one.
Just a couple of things. One, Andy, I spoke today with Matt a little bit. Sunday, the wall is going to be placed. They're going to use the crane, and around the country they've actually filmed that. And I'm wondering if we might be able to film that, and then we can speed it up or whatever, and then we can. It's kind of a big deal. And then he also said he might be able to drone it, but I don't know if he needs your authorization to do that. Yeah, possible. Oh, okay. All right, geez, okay. And then what's the status of the community center master plan? Do we have any update on that at all? All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Chad, the only thing I have is brought up by a couple residents. River Drive, east of Hillside, where the kind of the S curve is along the river. I thought the horse trail fencing we were going to put on the cliff side. Remember where we moved those trees? That it was going to be on the drop-off side and not on the street side.
The trail fencing between Hillside and Pedley should be all on the north side.
Can you take a look at it?
Sure.
Because I think it's not. But it's on the north side. But it's on the street side. Correct, Bonnie. It's on the street side and not on the edge of the cliff side.
Oh, you're talking about doing a double rail?
Actually, I thought we were going to put it on the cliff side, so you have nowhere to bail unless you're over the cliff.
Okay, yeah. For our project, we hadn't planned or looked into doing any type of secondary railing and the inside, the cliff side, like you indicated. I'm sorry, I was a little confused there. But we can look into if especially under the new. Under this budget for our request for new fencing, if that's something you'd like us to look at, whether if it's the white fencing or if you're looking for something more rugged to protect people, whatever that might be, whether it's chain link, I don't know, that doesn't really look great, or something different.
I'd kind of reach out to Streets and Trails and also Bonnie and Bill. That you guys ride that a lot. I honestly, I don't think we should have the fencing on the street side. I think it should be on the cliff side. I'll take my chances going out onto the pavement than I would. Well, yeah. Not supposed to ride on Mondays, Bonnie.
But we can.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, we can look at both. I mean, the primary benefit of the trail fencing on the street side is really keeps people from parking along that area.
But that trail's only like 3 foot wide there.
Yeah.
So I think we need 4 feet. So
yeah, we can take a look at that for sure.
It's been mentioned to me again and again and again today, so it's like.
But are you thinking just around the S curve or the whole section till it gets to Hillside?
Just the part where it becomes suicidal.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I have. Anything else? Thank you so much. We're adjourned.